Chapter 25, White Silvertear Lord Talent, Monster Ranch. Zhou was a little surprised. Did the others not obtain this achievement yet? He would often dive in the World Channel and watch the other lords' chats when he was bored. Therefore, he already knew that the Dragon Lady had a green bronze tier elementary grade wyvern under her command through the conversation of others. Even though it was not as strong as his Nazario, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a Scarlet Lord of the lowest level, right? She actually didn't get this achievement. He thought for a while. The wyvern naturally had no problem dealing with the lowest level Scarlet Lord. However, there were also a large number of fog monsters around each Scarlet Fog. No matter how strong the Dragon Lattice Wyvern was, it could not deal with the Scarlet Lord while dealing with the monster subjects under its command. He suddenly realized. Not everyone was like him, who had high-end combat power like the pure-blooded dragons and had the combat power of hundreds of military professionals. He stopped thinking about it. Zhou opened the World Channel and started watching. Boxen OVL. COM At this moment, the billions of Cerulean Planet Lords on the World Channel were discussing the announcement. 2 firsts in the entire channel. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is actually so terrifying. What is a Scarlet Lord? A foreign race lord? Can any big shot explain? I've heard from my subjects that the Scarlet Lord is the Lord of the Fog Monsters. It's our archenemy. Oh my god, I find the Fog Monsters difficult enough to fight. Big Boss Blazing Sun has already gone to deal with their leader. Are we really in the same version? This wave is a version upgrade. If only I could get to know Big Boss Blazing Sunday. That way, I can cozy up to him. From another perspective, I'm a woman that Big Boss Blazing Sun can't have. I'm the man that Big Boss Blazing Sun will never get. Shit that no one cares about isn't precious. The Dragon Lady was silent as she looked at the discussion on the World Channel on her planes. For the past 2 days, she had been planning to occupy the territory of a foreign race lord. She had already thought it through. She would launch an official attack after she summoned another wyvern the day after as her subordinate. She could publicize her lord talent as long as she succeeded. She believed that with her fame on the Cerulean planet, she would definitely be able to obtain a reputation that was not inferior to that of the Lord of the Blazing Sun. At that time, she would use this reputation to get the other lords to work for her. She would use this as a springboard to develop faster and stronger. This cycle would continue and she would definitely be able to fight for the position of the Overlord in the future. However, in less than a day, this Lord of the Blazing Sun had actually conquered another territory of the Scarlet Lord and once again appeared on the entire channel. What exactly could his Lord talent be? Could it be a legendary tier Lord talent? Or a mythical tier Lord talent? Susanna Margaret was puzzled. Then, she calmed down. It's just a temporary lead. I'm in no hurry. I am the Dragon Blood Queen appointed by the Supreme Will. It won't be long before I catch up to him and surpass him. Elsewhere, in a cemetery. Undead Lord Zhang Han narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the chat content in the World Channel. He actually took down the territory of a Scarlet Lord before me. There was also a Scarlet Lord's territory near his territory. Originally, he planned to slowly weaken the other party's strength while waiting to advance to the Green Bronze tier elementary grade. After he could enslave the Green Bronze tier undead, he would officially attack the other party's territory. He didn't expect the Lord of the Blazing Sun to get the first so quickly. I have to speed up my development. Otherwise, all the benefits will go to this Lord of the Blazing Sun. He said as he began to plot. Zhou chuckled and turned off the World Channel in the territory of the Desert Fog Lizard leader. Then, he opened the reputation ranking. He was still ranked first with the advantage of his 2 firsts. The rankings after that were not even occupied by any other lords. I'll get another loyal subject tomorrow with this reputation rating. Zhou was looking forward to it. Then, He closed the reputation ranking and looked at the golden treasure chest that appeared out of thin air in front of him. He resisted the urge to open it and asked the 5 sword shield soldiers around him to bring it back to his territory and send it to his lord's wooden house. Half an hour later, Bai Yi came to report after sorting out the loot. "My lord, the loot here has been reorganized. We found a total of 3,000 units of stone, 1,500 units of wood, 500 units of metal, and 1,000 units of fine sand here. I also found 357 black iron tier mist cores and 6 green bronze tier mist cores. Put them all in a simple wooden cart pulled by a mechanostrider and transport them back together. If it doesn't fit, the soldiers will transport it," Zhou Zhou said. The 9 simple, homemade wooden carts that he had brought today were purchased from a lord who claimed to have a professional carpenter. It was not expensive either. A small wooden cart only required 3 units of black iron tier elementary grade meat. Zhou Zhou immediately had an idea to use the combination of mechanostrider plus simple wooden cart to create a convoy to transport supplies. In the future, not only would he be able to transport more resources and monster corpses, but he would also be able to free up his soldiers' combat power, so he gave it a try. It seemed to be working quite well. "How many casualties on our side?" Zhou Zhou asked Bai Yi. "In this battle, we lost a total of 12 soldiers. There are 22 with major injuries and 76 with minor injuries," Bai Yi answered. "When we get back, tell these injured soldiers not to participate in the battle for the time being. Let them recuperate first. Let them come back only after they have recovered their ability to fight. Arrange an easy job for those who can't continue fighting after they recover. Blazing Sun City will be responsible for the rest of their lives if they become unable to fight," Zhou Zhou said. With his 100% drop rate, it was naturally easy for him to raise these injured people. Moreover, when he became stronger in the future, the 100% drop rate would be more effective. He could completely nurture more injured people. Moreover, when he had the talent of a healing lord in the future, it was not impossible to turn these injured people into healthy people again. Therefore, he was very confident. "Yes. Thank you, my lord." Bai Yi looked at Zhou Zhou gratefully and went to make arrangements. Soon he heard waves of cheers from the soldiers in the distance. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. He walked out of the lord's wooden house and looked at the lonely building, feeling a little strange. He seemed to remember there was more than one building here when he arrived. Could it be that the Lord Talent of the Desert Fog Lizard Leader also has a special building which disappeared when it died? Zhou Zhou thought. He looked around again, then shook his head. There were no special resources here, so there was no need to occupy it. A moment later, the army reformed before bringing the loot back to Blazing Sun City. In the Blazing Sun City, the Lord's wooden house. Zhou Zhou took out the Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. "Do you want to purify it?" "Purify," Zhou Zhou said expectantly. The next second, a golden light flashed from the Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere. After the golden light disappeared, Zhou Zhou suddenly realized. The blood-colored light on the Scarlet Lord Talent Sphere had actually disappeared. Its information has also been updated. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere, Monster Ranch, Treasure Grade, White Silver Tier, Treasure Effect. After absorbing it, the Lord will have the White Silver Tier Lord Talent, Monster Ranch. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a White Silver Tier Lord Talent. Chapter 26, Monster Rancher, Mu Gu. Monster Ranch? What kind of Lord Talent is this? Zhou Zhou was puzzled. He did not think too much about it and chose to use it. A golden text notification appeared. Do you want to absorb this Lord's Talent Sphere, White Silver Tier? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. The next second. The white silver-tier Lord Talent sphere immediately turned into countless silver light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou opened his eyes again after some time, then immediately opened his lord's personal information. His Lord Talent had already been updated. Lord Talent, 100% drop rate, legendary tier, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Monster Ranch, white silver tier, my third Lord Talent. Superb. Zhou looked excited. Boxen OVL. COM. Then, he opened the details of the talent. Lord Talent, Monster Ranch, white silver tier, Monster Ranch, your territory has the ability to build a special building Monster Ranch. When you place a kind of fog monster in the Monster Ranch, the Monster Ranch will absorb the scarlet fog at night and nurture a different number of fog monsters of the same race on the second day. He almost wanted to use this Lord Talent immediately upon seeing it. Raising desert fog lizards. The Scarlet Lord was gone, so the scarlet fog would not give birth to new desert fog lizards, so he was worried about what to do with the source of sword shield soldiers in the future. Everything was solved with this development. He could totally use the Monster Ranch to rear the desert fog lizards. Killing the newborn desert fog lizards every day would steadily provide him with water, flesh, blood, mist core, sword shield soldiers, and promotion energy. Such a perfect plan. My lord, I have something to report. At this moment, Bai Yi's voice came from outside the door. What is it? Zhou asked. There's an unfamiliar human here who claims to be a monster rancher and your subject. However, I've never seen him before, so I came here to confirm his identity. Bai Yi said. Monster rancher. Zhou's expression changed. He stood up and walked to the door. When he pushed it open, he saw Bai Yi standing in front of him and a young man stood behind Bai Yi. He had an ordinary face and a strong body. He wore a silver shirt and had a silver whip hanging from his waist. He looked a little fierce. However, when he saw Zhou, his expression became extremely respectful. Im Monster Rancher, Mu Gu. Greetings, my lord. Zhou looked at him and his personal information appeared. Subject, Mu Gu, territory, Blazing Sun City, life profession, Monster Rancher, profession class, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, battle class name, Monster Shepherd, strength level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, ability overview. The Monster Rancher of the Monster Ranch is also a Monster Shepherd who is good at fighting fog monsters. He is proficient in communication, taming, and controlling fog monsters. There is a chance to upgrade a normal fog monster to an elite fog monster or even a leader fog monster. Skills, special building, Monster Ranch, fog monster, communication, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, fog monster, taming, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, fog monster, control, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, fog monster, berserk, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, fog monster, appease, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, loyalty, dead loyal, potential, Diamond Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the other party's ability description. A dual profession talent. Moreover, not only could the other party build a monster farm, but it could also turn normal fog monsters into elite fog monsters or even leader fog monsters. This was a talent that could increase the chances of loot dropping. He came back to his senses and said to Bai Yi. He is indeed our subject, but he's kind of new, so you haven't seen him before. I see. Bai Yi looked at Mu Gu and apologized, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It doesn't matter. Mu Gu smiled. Then, he looked at Zhou. My lord, the Monster Ranch is ready. Do you want to take a look? Bai Yi, come with me. Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi nodded. Then, the three of them walked out of the Novice Lord's protective barrier. They had just walked about 100 meters when they saw a vast ranch entrance appear in front of them, with a wooden sign on the entrance with the words, Monster Ranch, written on it. Building name, Monster Ranch, construction level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade/Special, Building Effect 1, it can nurture 300 Black Iron Tier Fog monsters of the same race by absorbing the Scarlet Fog at night. Building Effect 2, the Monster Ranch can be upgraded as the territory levels up. After leveling up, the ability of the Monster Ranch Master will increase, and the number of fog monsters that the Monster Ranch can nurture will also increase. Building Range, 2000m x 2000m, current fog monster race, nothing yet. Current number of fog monsters that can be cultivated per day, 300, building upgrade, upgradable with territory upgrade. Prompt, this building cannot nurture dragons, titans, angels, elves, fairies, deities, and other monsters with superior bloodlines. Building description, this place only breeds monsters. Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. This special building could actually be upgraded. As expected of a white silver tier Lord talent. Monster Ranch. What does this mean? Bai Yi's eyes were blank. Zhou thought for a moment and told her the function of this building. Bai Yi was confused. It was not easy for them to eliminate the desert fog lizards. Why did he want to nurture them? The desert fog lizards can become our stable source of water, meat, sword shield soldiers, mist cores, and promotion energy if we do things this way. It's killing two birds with one stone. Zhou explained about his idea of obtaining loot every day through the Monster Ranch. That's why I want to protect the desert fog lizards. I even want to nurture them. There might only be a few desert fog lizards in the entire hot desert now. We can't keep killing them. After you're done resting, go catch one or two and put them in the Monster Ranch to nurture. From now on, as long as the desert fog lizards in the scorching desert don't become plentiful and attack us, try not to hunt them. Think of them as endangered species, but if they come to us to court death, then so be it. Zhou said solemnly. Bai Yi, understood, my lord. She was about to leave and catch two desert fog lizards when Zhou seemed to have thought of something else. If you see a black-tailed fog scorpion, capture it. We can put the black-tailed in the second Monster Ranch after it is built. But we've never taken the initiative to attack the black-tailed fog scorpion. There should still be a lot of them, right? Bai Yi said blankly. Cage them up first. Zhou waved his hand. Bai Yi was speechless. Chapter 27, Emperor of Sand Spatial Ring. The idea of a scout team. Bai Yi left and Zhou opened Mugu's personal information again to see what materials were needed to build a monster ranch. Occupation, skill, name, special building, monster ranch, skill grade, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade/Special, skill description, special construction skill. It originates from the white silver tier Lord talent, Monster Ranch. It can build a monster ranch specially used to nurture monsters. Construction materials, 3,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of fine sand, 3,000 units of metal, 3,000 units of stone, 1,000 black iron tier mist cores, 1 origin crystal. Zhou frowned slightly. The other materials were easy to obtain, but he had never seen materials like origin crystals on sale, even though he had long heard of this material. Origin crystals had long been listed as a resource in the Lord's personal information, which meant that it was also an extremely important resource to the Lords. Mugu, do you know where we can get the origin crystal? Zhou asked Mugu directly. I do, they are extremely rare. Usually, only regional Scarlet Lords and some ordinary Scarlet Lords will drop it. Some special monsters will occasionally drop origin crystals too. Mugu said. Regional Scarlet Lord? What's that? Zhou was stunned. Boxen OVL. COM, a regional Scarlet Lord refers to the Scarlet Lord that occupies the entire regional territory. There will be a regional Scarlet Lord who will rule this area in any ownerless regional territory. For example, this scorching desert we are in now should be ruled by a regional Scarlet Lord. Mugu said. This triggered Zhou Zhou's memory. Previously, when he saw the introduction of the Desert Fog Lizard Leader, he had indeed discovered that it was written as one of the 3 Scarlet Lords of the Blazing Sun Desert. Which meant one of the other 2 Scarlet Lords was the regional Scarlet Lord that Mugu mentioned. Zhou Zhou's thoughts started taking root, but he came back to his senses in no time. How many monster ranches can you manage at the same time with your current ability? He asked again. I can currently manage 3 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade monster ranches. Mugu said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. He chatted with Mugu for a while before returning to the Lord's wooden house. In the living room. If I want to develop in the hot desert, these 2 Scarlet Lords are a hurdle I have to get past. Also, I wonder if there are other foreign race lords in the Blazing Sun Desert. I need a complete understanding of the Blazing Desert as a Cerulean planet lord who wants to develop in the coming days. Zhou Zhou pondered but did not think too much about it. He took the supreme treasure chest that was rewarded by the entire channel and opened it. A yellowish-brown crown-like ring lay quietly inside. Zhou Zhou picked it up. A text message appeared. Equipment name, Emperor of Sand Spatial Ring, Equipment Grade, Special, Equipment Effect 1, Summon Sand Soldiers, control the energy of the sand and materialize a sand soldier equivalent to your own strength. The sand soldier has unparalleled loyalty, powerful combat power, and simple intelligence. It can carry out the simple orders of the ring owner. Transmogrification arms type, spearman, bowman, sword shield soldier, crossbowman, cavalry, saber soldier, equipment effect 2, 500 cubic meters of storage space. Introduction, it was once the storage ring of the Emperor of Sand. He tried to replace the sun and finally died under the sun. Remarks, currently bound to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This equipment is good. Not only could he summon the sand soldiers, what Zhou Zhou valued the most was the storage space of 500 cubic meters. As a transmigrator, he finally had his first spatial ring. In the future, he would not have to travel with so much baggage when he heads out to battle. Zhou Zhou put on the spatial ring happily and he immediately sensed a vast spherical space in the ring that was 500 cubic meters in size. At the same time, he sensed that there was a skill mark engraved on the ring. Zhou Zhou thought. The energy in his body quickly surged into the skill mark. At the same time, the Emperor of Sand spatial ring began to emit a faint yellow light. The yellow sand light quickly condensed in front of him. In less than a second or two, it formed a sand cavalry wearing gorgeous yellow sand armor, holding a spear, and riding a sand horse. After it appeared, it immediately half-knelt on the ground, silently exercising the highest level of reverence towards Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou looked at it curiously. Name, Cavalry of Sand, Soldier Type, Cavalry, Strength Level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Ability Overview, a Sand Soldier summoned from the Emperor of Sand Spatial Ring. Has 10 years of cavalry combat experience and an undying sand transformation ability. He is the perfect choice for a personal guard. Skills, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Horsemanship, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Lancemanship, Sand Body, Sand Revival, Sand Stealth, Loyalty, Dead Loyal, Potential, None. Zhou Zhou looked at the sand cavalry in front of him and clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, he sensed the consumption in his body. Summoning a cavalry consumes about 30% of my energy. It should be similar for the other types of soldiers. That means I can summon up to 3 sand soldiers at once. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. The 3 sand soldiers, together with their ability to turn into sand, were comparable to 10 human soldiers above Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. They were enough to guarantee his personal safety. The rewards of this supreme treasure chest never disappoints. Zhou Zhou thought. This sand cavalry instantly disintegrated into bountiful sand energy and quickly dissipated into the air. After that, he opened the marketplace and used another 2,000 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat to set up a transaction to buy materials for the blood eye. Then, he walked out of the Lord's wooden house and went to the gnome alchemy workshop. He saw Ashburn assembling a mechanostrider with his 4 disciples as soon as he entered. "Greetings, my lord." The 5 of them chimed. "How was your rest?" Zhou nodded and looked at Ashburn. "I'm fully rested. Also, congratulations, my lord, on your first victory against the Scarlet Lord." Ashburn laughed. His eyes were bright and his movements were strong. He looked like he was indeed resting well. "Your potions were very useful. We would have lost a lot of people if it weren't for your life potions." Zhou shook his head. "That's my duty." Ashburn bowed elegantly. Zhou smiled. "I have something to tell you." Ashburn immediately looked like he understood. Then, he got his 4 disciples to leave the studio and closed the door. "Please give me my instructions, my lord." Ashburn said seriously. "It's not a big deal. It's just that I obtained another alchemy potion formula. When the ingredients arrive, you can make some." Zhou handed the alchemy formula for the blood eye to Ashburn. Ashburn took it with a click of his tongue. Even though he already knew about his lord's golden hand, he hadn't expected that the lord would be able to make use of his building effects to obtain 2 alchemy potion formulas in just 2 days. It's also a very practical alchemy potion. Ashburn was surprised. Zhou nodded. "And I have something else to tell you. I plan to form a scout team that is in charge of exploring the surrounding environment of the territory. That would include the area where the fog monsters are, the resource area, the terrain of various places, and so on. We'll need a bunch of mechanostriders as a means of transportation. From now on, just focus on the mechanostriders and make a small amount of other potions. Can you make, say, 20 mechanostrider a day?" "I need 100 for now." Zhou asked. "Absolutely. I have 4 disciples now. Even though their skills are still a little rough, we can make more than 30 mechanostriders a day. I can definitely make 100 mechanostriders in 3 days." Ashburn promised. "Let me know if you need anything." Zhou trusted Ashburn very much. After saying that, he turned around and left. Half an hour later, Bai Yi was back with some bad news. Chapter 28, Use of the Blood Eye. Establishment of the Medical Hall. After Zhou received the news, he immediately walked out of the room and found Bai Yi. The situation on her side was not so good. A black and purple-faced black iron tier intermediate grade soldier was lying unconscious on a simple wooden cart. Bai Yi and the others were anxious, but they could not do anything about this situation. "His lordship is here. Make way for the lord. My lord must have a way to save brother Zhang." When the soldier saw Zhou arrive, they were immediately excited. Then, they quickly made way for Zhou. Zhou quickly arrived in front of the poisoned person. "My lord, I was careless, Boxen OVL. We were accidentally ambushed by the black-tailed fog scorpion hidden under the sand in the process of capturing them. We killed all the black-tailed fog scorpions in the end, but this comrade was still accidentally poisoned by a low-level black-tailed fog scorpion during the battle. I did some emergency treatment to suppress the spread of the poison in his body, but there was still no way to neutralize the poison. He passed out on the way back. My lord, please punish me." Bai Yi looked ashamed. "Poisoned?" Zhou did not waste his breath. He took out the black iron tier elementary grade antidote he had obtained earlier, opened the cork, and poured the entire bottle into the poisoned soldier's mouth. The next second, his tense expression relaxed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, his dark purple face gradually returned to its normal color. His face returned to normal and he opened his eyes in confusion in no time. Zhou Zhou opened the soldier's personal information and realized that his condition had returned to normal. All right. All right. He's awake. As expected of the Lord. I knew his lordship would have a way. The soldiers were pleasantly surprised. Bai Yi also heaved a sigh of relief. However, she did not dare to look into Zhou Zhou's eyes. There is no need to blame yourself for that. It's clearly because of the black-tailed fog scorpion's attack methods that are impossible to guard against. It's normal for you to get hit by accident. Just be careful next time. Zhou Zhou looked at Bai Yi and shook his head. The black-tailed fog scorpion is proficient in sneak attacks underground. It's very difficult for us to discover it in advance, Bai Yi said helplessly. Zhou Zhou also frowned slightly. Bai Yi was right. However, how could he be willing to avoid the area where the black-tailed fog scorpions were just because of that? It would be impossible for him to avoid the black-tailed fog scorpion's living area when his territory expands in the future. Moreover, the poison of this black-tailed fog scorpion was a little stronger than he had expected. A black iron tier elementary grade black-tailed fog scorpion almost poisoned a black iron tier intermediate grade sword shield soldier to death. At this moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of an item. Come with me, he said. The two arrived at the Gnome Alchemy Workshop and found Ashburn. Ashburn, can the blood eye enable us to see the fog monsters hidden underground? Zhou Zhou asked directly. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment before her eyes lit up. The blood eye can detect them as long as they aren't hiding more than 10 meters underground. Ashburn laughed. No problem. The black-tailed fog scorpion wouldn't hide so deep beneath the ground. Erupting out from the ground would take too long otherwise and the commotion would be too big. I estimate that they are generally about 3 to 5 meters beneath the surface. Bai Yi said excitedly. No problem at all. Ashburn smiled and nodded. With that, he turned around and walked to the workbench. He took 3 blood-red potion bottles and returned to Zhou Zhou. I have just grasped the refinement method of this blood eye, so I couldn't help but make 3 bottles. This potion is very simple to refine. I can refine about 10 bottles in an hour. You can use it now if you need it. If it's not enough, I'll refine it again. Ashburn laughed. Thank you. Bai Yi thanked him. You're too kind, Madam Bai. We're all working for the Lord. Ashburn laughed. Bai Yi looked at Zhou Zhou with burning eyes. Zhou Zhou touched his nose and did not say anything. After taking the blood eye potion, he led her out of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. You want revenge for your poisoned brother? Zhou Zhou asked directly after coming out. I'll go wherever my lord tells me to go. Bai Yi said respectfully. It's okay. I want to attack the territory of the black-tailed fog scorpion too. But before that, we need to understand the range of black-tailed fog scorpion survival methods and their exact numbers. There's a saying in my hometown, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Zhou Zhou said. I understand. Bai Yi also calmed down. Zhou Zhou nodded and he told her about the scout team. There are now 9 mechanostriders and used in the territory. Pick out 9 smart soldiers and get them to master the piloting of the mechanostriders. Then, you can bring them to explore the black-tailed fog scorpion's territory first. Obtain intel on the enemy so that we can beat them. I will lead you to destroy this group of black-tailed fog scorpions then. Zhou Zhou said seriously. Yes, my lord. I'll carry it out now. Bai Yi said excitedly. Then, she left with the 3 bottles of blood eye potion that Zhou Zhou had given her. Zhou Zhou watched her leave. There was nothing to worry about. With the blood eye, even the monsters hidden underground could not escape their observation. It would be difficult for them to encounter danger as long as Bai Yi and the others did not deliberately bump into the monster's face when they were on these fast mechanostriders. I wonder if there's a Scarlet Lord behind the black-tailed fog scorpion, Zhou Zhou pondered. My lord. I have something to report. Zhao Changshu walked over. Elder Zhao, just tell me. Zhou Zhou said politely. He was very respectful to old people, especially talented old people. Courtesy must not be abandoned. Zhao Changshu seemed to take note of this and said, My lord, the clinic has been completed. I'm also supervising the construction of the warehouse. It should be ready by tonight. As for the residences, I handed them over to Qian Du. He completely grasped the blueprint of the residences that his lordship gave to him. He has already established 2 residences. There shouldn't be any problems with the remaining construction. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The clinic was completed. A medical center was too important to stabilize the loyalty of the subjects. Moreover, it was even more important to the injured soldiers. It could greatly reduce their casualties. The 2 of them arrived at the newly built medical hall. It was not big, just a 2-story tall white ordinary building with the word medical hall on it. Zhou Zhou looked at it. A text notification appeared. Building name, medical hall, territory level, black iron tier elementary grade, building effect, basic building of the territory. After a doctor moves in, he can research, sell medicine, and treat patients. It can also slightly increase the loyalty of his subjects. Note 1, this building can be upgraded by higher quality blueprints, but the corresponding materials need to be replenished. Note 2, the level of researching medicine and treating patients, the economic benefits of selling medicine, and the extent of increasing the loyalty of the people depends on the level of the clinic and the life profession level of the doctor. Building description, I'd rather the medicine hall be covered in thick dust than have a patient in the world. I established this black iron tier intermediate grade medical hall because the best doctor in our territory, Zhang Qianjing, is at this level. I will upgrade this building when physician Zhang's profession level increases in the future or there are higher level doctors in the territory. My lord, you don't have to worry about higher level blueprints. There's no need for blueprints at all as long as we don't build anything above the white platinum tier intermediate grade. I can build them directly with enough resources and manpower. Zhao Changshu smiled. Zhou Zhou, very satisfied. Having a high-level architect by his side would save money and trouble. After that, Zhou Zhou went to see the 2 residences that Qian Du had built. It had to be said that even though Qian Du was an unorthodox architect, with the help of the blueprint and Zhao Changshu's guidance, the houses built were still quite standard. A residence that could accommodate up to 4 people could be built with fewer resources even though it could not be upgraded. As long as Zhou Zhou's territory was large enough, it was not a problem for everyone to have a residence of their own. On the other side, Bai Yi quickly found 9 suitable candidates and began to teach them how to pilot the mechanostriders. It was not difficult to learn how to pilot the mechanostriders. Given their intelligence, they mastered the method in less than an hour. She brought them away from the territory in a mechanostrider after cautioning them on the things to take note of. Time passed, night gradually fell. Bai Yi and the others finally returned safely before the scarlet fog appeared with the results of their investigation. Chapter 29, Information. A different cerulean planet Lord announcement. In the living room of the Lord's wooden house. My lord, we found the nest of the black-tailed fog scorpion. There are about 400 of them. They're about 25 kilometers southwest of Blazing Sun City. Furthermore, we discovered that there was a green bronze tier advanced grade leader among them. It is also a Scarlet Lord. Bai Yi, who had just returned, reported. It is really a Scarlet Lord. Zhou Zhou's expression also became serious, however, he was not afraid. It was just a green bronze tier grade Scarlet Lord, not even strong enough to face off with his green bronze tier advanced grade lava dragon, Nazario. Pure-blooded dragons were the overlord race of the myriad worlds. With Nazario's current abilities, it might even have a high chance of killing even a white silver-tier Scarlet Lord. Are you guys in some kind of trouble? Zhou asked. No, we can detect monsters hiding in our surroundings in advance with the Blood Eye potion. The mechanostriders given to us by my lord allows us to use high movement speed to avoid them. None of them could catch up to us. Bai Yi replied excitedly. The experience of using the Mechanostrider and Blood Eye combination was extremely good. Boxen OVL. This was the first time she had experienced such a strange feeling. Zhou nodded, feeling a little strange. He did not expect the effect of the Blood Eye to be so useful. What do you think our chances are if we go up against them? Zhou asked. The black-tailed fog scorpion's greatest threat lies in its poison and its ability to ambush. But we don't have to worry about sneak attacks with the Blood Eye potion, and we have the antidote. As long as we can resolve these two threats, I think we have an 80% chance of winning. If we have a way to deal with the green bronze tier advanced grade black-tailed fog scorpion leader, I think we have a 100% chance of winning. Bai Yi said after thinking seriously. She was loyal and would not lie to him. Therefore, Zhou did not hesitate to make a decision upon hearing that. Get ready then. Tomorrow, we'll deal with these black-tailed fog scorpions and their scarlet lords. Understood. Bai Yi said respectfully. One more thing. I've already used the newly obtained Sword Shield Soldier recruitment books to recruit another 36 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Sword Shield Soldiers. They're at the residences now. Bring them along when you are going back. Zhou said. They killed a total of 212 Desert Fog Lizards during the battle with the Desert Fog Lizard leader during the day. Among them were 178 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizards, 27 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Desert Fog Lizards, 6 Elite Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Desert Fog Lizard, and 1 Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Desert Fog Lizard leader. Other than the loot mentioned before, he also gained 512 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, 16 Green Bronze Tier Mist Cores, 5,240 units of flesh, Black Iron Tier Elementary, Intermediate and Advanced Grade. 100 units of Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, 37 kilograms of Water Bag, 222 Gradeless Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificates, 36 Sword Shield Soldier Recruitment Books which had all become 36 new Sword Shield Soldiers and 6 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Sand Stealth Techniques. In addition, this battle cost him 12 soldiers. However, it also gave him 40 more Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Soldiers and 122 Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Professionals. His strength could be said to have increased instead of decreasing. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi nodded before leaving. At night, the scarlet fog quietly descended. The world was covered in a strange scarlet fog, invoking fear. Zhou stood inside the protective shield and looked at the quiet scarlet fog outside of the novice lord's protective barrier. For a moment, he was not used to it. There really won't be any new fog monsters. Never mind, so be it. It'll give the soldiers a good night's sleep. It won't be good for them to fight monsters all day and night. I have a monster ranch anyway, so I won't lose much even if no new fog monsters are born at night. Zhou thought. He looked in the direction of the monster ranch outside of the protection barrier and hesitated for a long time. In the end, he returned to the Lord's wooden house and brought Nazario along. It's cold. Zhou felt a bone-chilling cold as the scarlet fog surrounded his body. It seemed to have a consciousness as it tried to burrow into Zhou's body. With a thought, the energy in his body immediately circulated and the bone-chilling cold gradually disappeared. Zhou entered through the gates of the monster ranch and soon saw Mugu. Mugu also noticed Zhou. Greetings, my lord. Mugu was a little surprised. After some hesitation, he said. My lord. Forgive me for being rude. The scarlet fog is extremely strange, and it will reach its peak at night. It's better for you to tread carefully at this time. It's okay. Didn't I bring it out with me? Zhou pointed at the curious baby, Nazario, which was looking around. The tension in Mugu's face eased when he saw the baby dragon. I overstepped my boundary. Zhou did not blame him, instead, he looked at the small fence beside him. This small fence was only about 20 square meters, and there was an elite black iron tier advanced grade desert fog lizard lying inside. It was the one that Bai Yi and the others had captured earlier in the day. They also caught a black-tailed fog scorpion that was at the black iron tier elementary grade. However, since there was no second monster ranch, its limbs and tail were temporarily cut off and tied up. How does the monster ranch work? Zhou retracted his gaze and asked curiously. My lord, why don't you wait for a while? You'll know when the time comes. Mugu smiled. Zhou nodded. A moment later, the bored Zhou suddenly saw a scarlet fog descend from the sky and charge straight into the body of the elite desert fog lizard. The elite desert fog lizard's body trembled, then a scarlet light shot out of its lower body. In the blink of an eye, that light landed in the large fence and turned into a black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard. It looked around blankly and then got up. Soon, it saw Zhou and Mugu. The desert fog lizard immediately roared and rushed towards them aggressively. Zhou was just about to control it with mental control when Mugu rushed over at an extremely fast speed and reached out to touch its head. The desert fog lizard became still. Zhou had elementary grade mental potential, therefore, when Mugu touched his head, he could sense that this subordinate seemed to have released a mental perception that had the ability to pacify. Is this the unique ability of a monster rancher? Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. In the next hour, more than 100 black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizards were nurtured. However, they were all ordinary black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizards. At this rate of birth, the monster ranch can produce at least 1,000 desert fog lizards a night. Can this hold? Zhou asked. It really can't. Therefore, I will let them fight among themselves and devour each other. This way, not only can we reduce their numbers, but we can also use this method to give birth to elite tier, leader tier, and even lord tier fog monsters. However, there won't be any scarlet lords amongst them. The lord tier monster that would only have the strength of a lord, but doesn't have the rank of a scarlet lord. Mugu said. Zhou nodded in realization. So this is how high-level monsters were born. Why can't a scarlet lord be born? He asked. Because my lord's monster ranch originates from the lord's talent and is protected by the supreme will. The supreme will not allow the scarlet lord to invade this place. Naturally, there's no way for the Lord of Scarlet to be born here. Mugu said. Zhou felt that it was a pity he could not artificially create the Scarlet Lord. After that, he returned to Blazing Sun City with Nazario. The next day, Zhou woke up in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he found Nazario licking his face. Go, Zhou stuffed a mouthful of black iron tier mist cores into its mouth and sent it away. He wanted to go back to sleep, but lazed around in bed when he realized that he couldn't fall back into slumber. Instead, he lay on the bed and turned on the world channel, wanting to dive for a while. Then, Zhou saw a large number of lords' comments appear on the world channel. At the top of the world channel, there was a blood-red announcement that he had never seen before. Cerulean Planet's Lord announcement: there are only 3 days left until the Novice Lord test. All lords, please work hard to develop in the remaining 3 days. Otherwise, you will be eliminated by the fog monsters. Prompt: in this Novice Lord test, the lords who pass the test will receive a reward. The better the performance of the lord, the richer the rewards. The lord who performs the best will receive the highest reward personally given by the supreme will. Please work hard to develop and seize this opportunity. Countdown, 95 hours, 32 minutes, 46 seconds, Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Chapter 30, Summoning the Subjects. Cartographer. He looked at the other lord's opinions on this announcement as he processed the information. I thought the novice lord test was just a simple test. I didn't expect a reward. I have a yellow gold tier lord talent. I will definitely stand out in this test. The Blazing Sun Lord, Dragon Lady Lord, Azura Lord, and Undead Lord haven't even spoken yet. Why are you with a yellow gold tier lord talent making noise? I don't want to compare to those freaks. With my yellow gold tier lord talent, it shouldn't be a problem for me to scoop up some soup that the big shots don't want, right? I still want to fight for it even though I don't have a lord talent. The ultimate reward belongs to me, the Son of Heaven. My Falcon Core is ready to be tested at any time. I've only summoned 6 professionals over the past 4 days. Do you think I can pass this novice lord test? If you feel that you can't pass, find a way out as soon as possible. Give up your status as a lord and find a local faction to be an ordinary person. It's not that I want to hurt anyone's feelings, but your lives are the most important. Don't you think so? I'm tempted. There seems to be a local faction near my territory, Boxen OVL. A bunch of cowards. A real man should treat this test as his chance. The test isn't here yet and you want to escape already? Not everyone has the heart to fight for supremacy, that's right, who wants to be a lord? I was dragged forcefully here, okay. This novice lord test will determine if you are a dragon or a worm. The World Channel displayed all kinds of human emotions. Some were tempted, some were wavering, and some were already thinking of retreating. However, most of the lords were still filled with ambition and anticipation for this novice lord test. Zhou Zhou was no exception. I have the legendary tier lord talent. There's no reason not to fight for this supreme reward. I can't underestimate the other lords since my lord talent will grow stronger in later stages. Perhaps some other lord can obtain a greater advantage than me now. I can't relax for the last 3 days. I have to accumulate strength with all my might. Only then can I have a chance to obtain the supreme reward in the novice lord test. Zhou Zhou rationalized it. He did not become egoistic with the achievements and fame of the past 3 days, nor was he in the mood to continue sleeping in. He simply got up and walked out of the lord's wooden house. Bai Yi and the others had already woken up and were eating breakfast. Zhou Zhou washed up quickly and joined in. Everyone rested for a while before they cleaned up the desert fog lizards in the monster ranch. Zhou Zhou then came to the gate of summoning and prepared to summon his subjects on the 4th day. A golden text notification appeared. Prompt: do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou Zhou immediately said. The next second, the gate of summoning suddenly lit up with white light, and 12 people walked out. Greetings, my lord. When the 12 new subjects saw Zhou Zhou, they immediately said respectfully. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou said as usual. Then, he began to check the attributes of the 12 new subjects. These 12 subjects were 6 men and 6 women. 10 of them were ordinary people without any profession. As for the other 2, one of them was a Black Iron Tier intermediate grade female chef. The other person was a cartographer, a young boy who was only 15 years old. He looked delicate and young, but his eyes were quite determined. Subject: Wuxia, territory, Blazing Sun City, life profession, cartographer, profession class, Black Iron Tier intermediate grade, ability overview, he has a image memory talent. He could record the scenery he saw with his brush. Later, he took the initiative to join the army for the sake of his family's livelihood and became a military cartographer. He was good at drawing all kinds of terrain distribution, natural resource gathering points, mountains and rivers, and the territory of monsters. Skills, talent, image memory, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Graphic Skill, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Terrain Recognition, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Monster Recognition, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Medicinal Herb Recognition, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Mineral Recognition, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Mapletown, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Mapletown, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Fish Spring Town, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Mapletown, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Gobi Desert, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade, Raven Forest. Loyalty, 75, Potential, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade. Zhou was a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen a human with talent in skills. Moreover, it was not a racial talent like the elementary grade mental potential. His person's potential was also higher than average since he actually had yellow gold tier advanced grade potential. He was almost a top talent of the human race. What surprised Zhou the most was, this child was clearly not very old, but he had unexpectedly mastered many skills. His caliber was second only to Elder Zhao Changshou among the people he knew. He put away the surprise in his heart and began to distribute these people. Zhou used the 4 poison crossbowman class change certificates that he had obtained previously to turn 4 men into beginner-level poison crossbowmen. Zhou assigned the other 2 men to Zhao Changshou. Zhao Changshou and the others were building new buildings every day, but they were very short of manpower. Zhao Changshou, this old man, sometimes had to personally build mud walls. The soldiers could help them when they were free, but their main profession was still going out to conquer monsters. It was impossible for them to do construction work all day. Therefore, it was still necessary to assign construction personnel to Zhao Changshou and Qian Du. As for the remaining 4 female subjects, they were assigned to Qin Guang and his wife immediately. There were more than 600 people in the territory. It was not possible for Qin Guang and his wife to provide food to so many people every day by themselves. It was better for them to have more help. Finally, Zhou looked at Wu Tuesday. Wu Tu was still a child after all. Under Zhou's gaze, he quickly became a little nervous. Don't be afraid of me. I'm not going to eat you. Go to the Gnome Alchemy Workshop later and apply for a Mechanostrider from the workshop owner, Ashburn. After you get it, get familiar with it. When you have completely mastered it, follow my scout team in the exploration of the surrounding information of the territory. Draw a map for me. This mission is important. Can you do that? Zhou pondered for a moment before saying, I can. That's what I did in the military. I'm already familiar with it. Wu Tu said confidently. Okay. I like how confident you are. Since you're so confident, I will entrust you with a heavy responsibility and make you the vice captain of my scout team if you can satisfy my conditions. How about that? Zhou said seriously. Wu Tu volunteered to serve in the army so that his family could survive, so Zhou believed that he was not a brat who knew nothing. Therefore, he did not look down on him because he was young and wanted to give this child a chance. In any case, he would only be the vice captain. The captain and the other soldiers could also look out for him and prevent him from doing anything wrong. When Wu Tu heard Zhou's words, his eyes could not help but light up. When he was in the army, no matter how much knowledge he learned or how many skills he mastered, he did not gain the trust of many soldiers because of his tender age. He did not expect this lord to trust him so much after he came here. My lord seemed to be different from the others. The young man thought. Then, he nodded vigorously. He'll definitely become the vice captain. The lord in front of him smiled and ruffled his hair before turning to leave. Chapter 31, Gains from the Monster Ranch. Huge increase in military strength. Your subject Wu Tu's loyalty has increased to 87. Zhou, who was walking on the road, suddenly saw this notification. He winced then smiled. Half an hour later, the soldiers were done resting. Zhou gathered everyone together and called for Nazario. Then, they headed to the monster ranch together. Unbelievable. Is this still the same monster ranch I saw yesterday? I see elite desert fog lizards, so many of them. The soldiers looked at the monster ranch in front of them in shock. In just one night, the monster ranch had undergone a complete facelift. At this moment, the monster ranch in front of them was already crawling with desert fog lizards of all sizes. There were even some at elite tier. What surprised everyone the most was that they were no longer as fierce as before. These desert fog lizards were either crawling slowly or lazing around like domesticated livestock. Boxen OVL. Big Brother Mu is really amazing. I can't believe he made them so docile. Bai Yi said in surprise. Zhou shared her surprise, but he was already mentally prepared, so his expression did not change. My lord. Mu Gu walked out of the ranch and said respectfully. How was the result from last night? Zhou asked. It's been a normal night. There are a total of 500 desert fog lizards. Among them are 256 black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizards, 220 black iron tier intermediate grade desert fog lizards, and 24 elite black iron tier advanced grade desert fog lizards. It's a pity that the monster ranch hasn't reached the green bronze tier yet. Otherwise, I can create a leader tier or even lord tier desert fog lizard. Mu Gu said. Zhou's eyes flashed with excitement. This was not just 500 desert fog lizards. In his eyes, these were clearly 520 sword shield soldier class change certificates and 244 sword shield soldier recruitment books. Zhou did not care about what Mu Gu said after that. The ranch would level up sooner or later. Mu Gu, release them in batches. Bai Yi, get the soldiers to kill them one by one. Zhou said. Yes. Mu Gu and Bai Yi said in unison. My lord, this is the official opening of the monster ranch. It means a lot. Please have the honor of choosing the first batch of desert fog lizards to meet their death. Mu Gu asked. Sure. Zhou thought for a moment and nodded. He walked to the ranch fence and looked at the 500 desert fog lizards. After looking at them for a while, he chose 10 of them that were lazing around on the ground. These 10 desert mist lizards have been lying motionless on the ground for so long. I must have seen too many of the same kind kill each other. I have decided to end their suffering. Just get them out and kill them. Zhou said. Desert fog lizards. We're just fucking stuffed and don't want to move. My lord is right. Mu Gu nodded seriously and walked to the entrance of the monster ranch. He opened the door and used the ability of the monster rancher to call the 10 desert fog lizards out. Bai Yi looked at the soldiers behind her. Who feels like they're about to break through? Stand up and kill these desert fog lizards yourself. Don't try to take advantage of the situation. I know where your strengths are. She glared at everyone. Whoosh! More than 50 people stood up. They looked at each other and charged at the 10 desert fog lizards and took care of them in less than 10 seconds. One of the soldiers looked pleased in no time. Officer Bai. I've broken through. I've broken through to black iron tier intermediate grade sword shield soldier. The others looked at him enviously. Go back to the group. Bai Yi smiled and nodded. The soldier chuckled foolishly and turned back to the group. For the next hour, everyone repeated this process in eliminating the desert fog lizards in the monster ranch. Zhou was not idle either. He got someone to move the desert fog lizards' corpses over while he collected the loot. More than an hour later, all 500 desert fog lizards were eliminated. 16 people had broken through to the black iron tier intermediate grade, 3 had broken through to the black iron tier advanced grade, while Zhang Tsang and another subject who had followed him the earliest had broken through to the green bronze tier elementary grade. Other than that, Zhou Zhou also obtained loots from 500 desert fog lizards. 520 Sword Shield Soldier class change certificates and 244 Sword Shield Soldier recruitment books had been obtained. There were also 1,584 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores. 16,320 units of flesh, Black Iron Tier Elementary, Intermediate and Advanced Grade. A total of 1,156 kilograms of water bags. 24 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Sand Stealth Technique. Zhou Zhou asked Bai Yi to call all the Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade and Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade soldiers over. Then, he took out 44 Sand Stealth Techniques from his spatial ring and distributed 1 to 44 of them. It was all accumulated over this period of time. He decided to release them at this point in time. This is the Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Sand Stealth. Consider it a reward for your advancement. It'll treat you well when your strength advances to a higher level and you make more contributions. In addition, we will go and suppress the Scarlet Lord faction where the black-tailed fog scorpion is. You should be able to use this Sand Stealth technique. Zhou Zhou said. Thank you for the reward, my lord. Everyone was extremely excited. Skill books were very precious treasures to most professionals since the drop rate of monsters was too low on the high continent. Even kingdom-level forces had very strict jurisdiction over skill books. The adjective, a skill worth 1,000 gold was not wrong at all. They did not expect their lord to be so generous as to reward them with the skill book. At this moment, their loyalty to Zhou Zhou had increased. Zhou Zhou saw the system notification on that but said nothing about it. After that, he brought everyone back to Blazing Sun City. Then, he went to the Gate of Summoning and threw in the 244 Sword Shield Soldier recruitment books he had just obtained. Sword Shield soldiers walked out of the Gate of Summoning like a tide. Under Bai Yi's guidance, they joined the rest of the soldiers and Zhou Zhou's troops expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The soldiers who saw this scene sighed with emotion. I walked out of the Gate of Summoning this morning. I didn't expect to see someone else walk out of here today. If it weren't for the desert fog lizards, would I have met my lord? We're so lucky that the desert fog lizards exist. His lordship's golden hand is also the key. Now that you mention it, I want to go to the monster ranch later and burn some incense for the desert fog lizards. Let's go together. Even though the desert fog lizards are our mortal enemy, they also provide us with food and upgrades. Why are there no female soldiers? A moment later, all 244 Sword Shield soldiers walked out of the Gate of Summoning. At this point, the number of soldiers under Zhou Zhou's command had reached 869. Let's do it again tomorrow. The number of soldiers under my command will officially break through to 1,000. Zhou Zhou's heart was burning with ambition. Following which, Zhou Zhou asked Ashburn for potions before bringing the soldiers, Dr. Zhang Qianjing, Nazario, and the Mechanostriders convoy to the territory of the black-tailed fog scorpion. Chapter 32, Begin the Attack. Black Scorpion Poison Crossbow. Half an hour later, Zhou Zhou brought his subordinates to the vicinity of the black-tailed fog scorpion's territory. A lone lord's wooden house stood in the vast desert. Other than that, there was nothing. Not even a shadow of a black-tailed fog scorpion. Zhou Zhou and the others were not surprised at all. Use the blood eye. Bai Yi said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone said in unison. A total of 50 bottles of blood eye potion were passed on to all 869 soldiers. Each of them poured out a bit of the portion and smeared it on their eyelids. There were still 5 bottles of potions left after everyone applied some. Zhou Zhou also took out a bottle of blood eye potion and poured out 1/20th of it to smear evenly on his eyelids. After applying it, he quickly blinked. Boxen OVL. A magical scene happened. The scene in front of him gradually changed. Balls of blood-red chi that looked like black-tailed fog scorpions hidden under the desert gradually appeared in his vision. They surrounded the surrounding desert with the Lord's wooden house as the center. There were more than 400 of them. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. "Prepare to attack," he ordered after observing for a moment. "Yes, my lord," Bai Yi said respectfully. Then, she led 4 poison crossbowmen and 1 archer forward. They drew their bows and aimed at the 6 black-tailed fog scorpions closest to them. "Shoot!" Bai Yi shouted. The 6 of them shot their arrows in unison. Whoosh! 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 The bows were like thunderbolts. 5 poisonous arrows and an iron arrow shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination and shot straight into the ground. The next second, a kill notification appeared. "Your subject, Bai Yi, has killed an black iron tier intermediate grade black-tailed fog scorpion. Promotion energy +2. Loot condensed. Your subject, Zhao Anmin, has killed a black iron tier elementary grade black-tailed fog scorpion. Promotion energy +1. Loot condensed. Your subject, Zhang Zichen, has killed a black iron tier elementary grade. Energy black-tailed fog scorpion. Promotion energy +1. Loot condensed. 6 screams sounded. Of the 6 black-tailed fog scorpions that were targeted, 3 were immediately killed, while the other 3 sustained injuries. Pooh! 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 When the black-tailed fog scorpions realized that they could not hide, they broke out of the ground one after another and charged towards the humans. However, there were also many black-tailed fog scorpions that did not rush out from the ground. Instead, they advanced at a relatively slow speed underground and launched a sneak attack on Zhou Zhou and the others. Kill! All the soldiers rushed out in full strength and roared as they rushed towards the group of black-tailed fog scorpions accompanied by a furious roar. On the other hand, the poison crossbowmen and archers stood where they were and drew their bows, killing the black-tailed fog scorpions that were charging over from afar. Pay attention to the black-tailed fog scorpions. Soldiers who have mastered the sand stealth technique, remember to use your skills to rescue soldiers swept underground. Bai Yi yelled. Then, she immediately boarded the mechanostrider and began to wander around the edge of the battlefield. She began to kill these black-tailed fog scorpions one by one with the long-range attack advantage of the poison crossbow soldiers and the speed advantage of the mechanostrider. At the same time, Zhou Zhou, who was at the back of the battlefield, suddenly noticed through his blood eye that there were 3 elite black-tailed fog scorpions above the black iron tier advanced grade rushing towards him. Nazario was eager for some action. It was born with a powerful perception as a dragon. It could see the black-tailed fog scorpions hiding underground clearly and could even sense how many hairs were on the surface of their bodies. Zhou Zhou knew that it wanted to attack, but he stopped it. You don't need to do anything for monsters below the green bronze tier unless they are a threat to me. Zhou Zhou said. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? With a thought, the energy in his body quickly flowed into the spatial ring on his right index finger. Faint yellow sand light gradually appeared on the surface of the ring. Then, 3 black iron spearmen wearing gorgeous yellow sand armor and holding yellow sand spears condensed in front of him. They charged at the 3 elite black-tailed fog scorpions under Zhou Zhou's silent command. Their speed was extremely fast, and they quickly arrived more than 20 meters away from the elite black-tailed fog scorpion. Then, they jumped high into the air, holding long spears in their hands. The tips of their spears were pointed downwards, and they stabbed at the ground with all their might. Pooh! 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 A dull piercing sound rang out. The long spear sank into the 2 black-tailed fog scorpions under the desert. They died on the spot. There was also an elite black-tailed fog scorpion that had no choice but to crawl out of the ground after being injured. However, as soon as it stuck its head out, it was killed by the sand spearman. After killing the 3 elite black-tailed fog scorpion, the sand spearmen dragged their corpses back to Zhou Zhou and stood guard. Zhou Zhou looked at the corpses of the 3 elite black-tailed fog scorpions. Item name, Elite Black-tailed Fog Scorpion. Item level, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. Item effect, contains unextracted loots. Item description, fog monsters killed by the soldiers of Blazing Sun City. Prompt, in 2 hours, this corpse will turn into fog and be reborn at a certain time in the future. Loots, 8 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, drop rate, 100%, 1 unit to 100 units of Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Meat, drop rate, 20% 0, 1%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Poison Sac, drop rate, 5%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Antidote Potion, drop rate, 0, 5%, 2 Gradeless Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Advancement Certificate, drop rate, 0, 1%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Poison Crossbow Recruitment Book, drop rate, 0, 5%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Black Scorpion Poison Crossbow, drop rate, 0, 1%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Potion Recipe, Antidote Potion, drop rate, 0, 5%, equipment dropped. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had seen a monster that could drop equipment. Zhou Zhou quickly turned them into loot and searched around for this equipment. It was a black crossbow that was more than 40 centimeters long. It also came with a quiver that contained 100 black scorpion poison crossbows. Its external form was like that of a black-tailed fog scorpion. When it fired an arrow, this crossbow was like a black-tailed fog scorpion accumulating strength, preparing to stab its poisonous stinger. Equipment name, Black Scorpion Poison Crossbow, Equipment Grade, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Equipment Effect 1, Strong Crossbow. The Black Scorpion Poison Crossbow will give the crossbow bolt double the strength, speed, range, penetration, and lethality. Equipment Effect 2, Black Scorpion Poisonous Crossbow. The Black Scorpion Poisonous Crossbow is equipped with 100 Black Scorpion Poisonous Crossbows. Each poisonous crossbow has strong black-tailed fog scorpion poison attached to it. It can poison anything from green bronze tier elementary grade to death. Introduction, equipment produced by the elite black-tailed fog scorpion. With it, even ordinary people can become terrifying killers. This is top-grade equipment. Zhou Zhou looked at this ferocious and domineering weapon with burning eyes. 2 equipment effects, both were to his liking. Then, he looked at the black-tailed fog scorpions in the distance as if he was looking at treasures. Zhou Zhou only had one thought in his mind. Protect them. They have to be protected. After the second monster ranch was built, these black-tailed fog scorpions would become his personal weapon factory. Chapter 33, Killing the Black-tailed Fog Scorpion Leader. Zhou Zhou's side undoubtedly had the advantage judging from the situation. Zhou Zhou had twice the forces of the black-tailed fog scorpion and they were forcing most of the scorpions to appear above ground. The black-tailed fog scorpion's forte was in sneak attacks. When above ground, they had less combat power than the desert fog lizards. Therefore, the black-tailed fog scorpions on the ground were basically beaten up by Zhou Zhou's soldiers. The black-tailed fog scorpions which stayed underground were also at a disadvantage since the soldiers had blood eye, which allowed them to see them even when they were underground. The soldiers could, therefore, often discover and dodge any sneak attack in advance, making the success rate of the black-tailed fog scorpion's sneak attack extremely low. Their only threat was their black-tailed scorpion poison. Even though the soldiers were wearing military armor that could cover most of their bodies, there were still some places that could not be protected. Zhou Zhou had already seen many soldiers accidentally being stung by the black-tailed fog scorpions and showing signs of being poisoned. Zhou Zhou pondered for a moment before his gaze landed on his 3 sand spearmen. With a thought, the 3 sand spearmen immediately transformed into 3 sand cavalry. Then, Zhou Zhou ordered them to charge into the battlefield and bring the poisoned soldiers and the dead black-tailed fog scorpion corpses to him. The sand cavalry were extremely fast, coming and going like the wind. Boxen OVL. COM. The poisoned soldiers and the corpses of the black-tailed fog scorpions were quickly delivered to Zhou Zhou. Then, he began to extract the loot from the monsters' corpses and used the antidotes in the loot to neutralize the poisoned soldiers. Every black-tailed fog scorpion had an antidote in their loot. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was not lacking in them at all. Moreover, the antidote worked extremely quickly. These poisoned soldiers were quickly cured of the poison and regained their combat strength. After thanking Zhou Zhou gratefully, they returned to the battlefield without hesitation. Time passed. Poisoned soldiers were brought to Zhou Zhou, who cured them. They would then return to the battlefield. This scene became a wonder on the battlefield. The soldiers no longer had anything to worry about. Their morale soared and became even more fearless when killing the enemy. At the same time, their loyalty to Zhou Zhou began to increase collectively. Zhou Zhou also devoted himself to saving people. I, Zhou Zhou, am the strongest battlefield medic. Zhang Qianjing, who was beside him, looked at this scene with hesitation. Am the actual doctor here? Fortunately, Zhou Zhou quickly remembered him. He gave the sand cavalry a new job, bringing back seriously injured soldiers back and handing them to Zhang Qianjing. I know how to deal with this. Zhang Qianjing immediately perked up. Thus, the two of them began to get busy. With their efforts, the number of injured soldiers on the battlefield began to decrease at a visible speed. The number of black-tailed fog scorpions' deaths was also increasing at a visible speed. Half an hour later, more than half of the 400 black-tailed fog scorpions died. Just when the soldiers thought that victory was imminent, an accident suddenly happened. The ground suddenly shook. A huge mound appeared in the desert. Then, like a bulldozer, it rushed towards the soldiers at an extremely fast speed. The soldiers were knocked down one after another. Immediately, many people suffered injuries of varying severity. Boom! The ground cracked open. A huge black shadow jumped out from the ground and landed on the desert ground with a bang. It was a huge black-tailed fog scorpion that was 5 to 6 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. Its scarlet eyes looked at the soldiers as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Not far away, Zhou Zhou also looked at the black-tailed fog scorpion. He looked a little surprised. Logically speaking, he should be able to discover such a huge black-tailed fog scorpion through the blood eye. However, he had never seen the figure of this huge black-tailed fog scorpion in the vision of the blood eye. What is going on? He looked at it. A text message appeared. Monster name, Black-tailed fog scorpion leader, Black Spike, Scarlet Lord, strength level, green bronze tier advanced grade, monster description, one of the 3 Scarlet Lords of the Blazing Sun Desert. He has many black-tailed fog scorpion subjects under his command. He likes to live under the desert, avoid the blazing sun, and is good at ambushing other creatures. Loots, 40 green bronze tier mist cores, drop rate, 100%, 2 origin crystals, drop rate, 100%, 1 unit to 500 units of green bronze tier advanced grade black-tailed fog scorpion leader's flesh, drop rate, 20% 0, 5%, 1 black iron tier advanced grade black-tailed fog scorpion leader's poison sac, drop rate, 5%, 1 green bronze tier advanced grade blood cleansing pill, drop rate, 0, 5%, 1 green bronze tier advanced grade skill book, deadly state, drop rate, 0, 1%, 20 gradeless poison. Crossbow soldier class change certificate, drop rate, 0, 1%, 10 green bronze tier advanced grade poison crossbow soldier recruitment book, drop rate, 0, 1%, 1 green bronze tier advanced grade black-tailed scorpion king crossbow, drop rate, 0, 1%, 1 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Potion Recipe, Blood Cleansing Pill, Drop Rate, 0.5%. 8 Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Drop Rate, 0%. Nazario let out an excited cry next to Zhou. Zhou did not stop at this time. Nazario quickly flew above the black-tailed fog scorpion. Roar! Accompanying the roar was an immature yet incomparably dignified dragon might. The suppression from the top-notch dragon bloodline immediately made the black-tailed fog scorpion leader realize that it could not move in horror. Nazario's red dragon eyes looked at it and suddenly opened his dragon mouth. A faint red light appeared in its mouth. The next second, the scorching magma dragon breath spewed out and directly rushed towards the black-tailed fog scorpion leader. The black-tailed fog scorpion finally broke free from the influence of the dragon might. It crawled into the sand in a panic and disappeared from the ground at an extremely fast speed. Regardless, the magma dragon breath still melted a quarter of its body into magma, causing it to be severely injured. That excited Nazario. It was the first time it had seen a monster that could break free from its dragon might. It was about to give chase when it suddenly froze on the spot. Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. In its vision, after the black-tailed fog scorpion leader drilled into the ground, its blood energy disappeared again. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. It seems to be able to hide its blood energy and even other information that can expose its location, Zhou speculated. At the same time, Nazario landed on the ground as well. It looked at the ground under its feet and observed for a moment, but it could not find any traces of the other party. However, its powerful perception could sense that the other party was still nearby. Zhou and Nazario shared telepathy, so he knew this information as well. He thought for a moment. He got the 3 sand cavalrymen to protect him. Then, he walked into the battlefield and used mental manipulation to control the 2 elite black-tailed fog scorpions. Then, he controlled them to dive underground to find their previous boss. Zhou closed his eyes, switching his perspective to the 2 black-tailed fog scorpions. A moment later, from the perspective of the 2 black-tailed fog scorpions, a huge black-tailed fog scorpion leader was lurking in the sand. A quarter of its body had already disappeared. Its remaining body was hidden in the sand and did not move. Its entire bodous smell and vital signs were completely in a dead state. It also saw the 2 black-tailed fog scorpions. After a glance, it quietly sent a message. Shoo! The 2 black-tailed fog scorpions looked at each other and quietly came under it. They aimed at it and used their stingers ruthlessly. Ready. Aim. Sting. Nazario was still searching the ground for the location of the black-tailed fog scorpion leader. After it found it, it planned to use the magma dragon breath to spit out a hole in the ground and melt it in the sand. Its master had high hopes, it could not disappoint him. Boom! The black-tailed fog scorpion, which only had 3/4 of its body left, suddenly jumped out of the ground. It jumped more than 10 meters high and let out a piercing scream. Nazario opened its mouth and spat out another magma dragon breath in surprise. The black body burned in scarlet-hot dragon breath. Not far away. A kill notification appeared in front of Zhou. Your pet lava dragon, Nazario has killed the black-tailed fog scorpion leader, Scarlet Lord, Black Spike. Promotion energy plus 80. Loot had condensed. The territory of the Scarlet Lord has become ownerless. You can plunder or occupy it. Chapter 34, The Shocking Effect of the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment. Zhou's heart skipped a beat when he saw the black-tailed fog scorpion leader submerged in Nazario's lava dragon breath. He quickly stopped Nazario so that the corpse did not burn away. Nazario understood immediately and stopped releasing its dragon breath. Rumble. The corpse of the black-tailed fog scorpion leader, which had already been roasted to a black-red color, fell heavily onto the desert, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Nazario looked at it for a moment, then lost interest. It turned around and flew away to help the soldiers deal with the other black-tailed fog scorpion. Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the corpse was not done burning. Otherwise, the loot inside would also be burned away. He did not immediately go over to retrieve the loot. Instead, he continued to stand where he was, waiting for the war to end. With Nazario's help, the remaining 100 or so black-tailed fog scorpions were all wiped out in less than 15 minutes. The battlefield was silent for a while before the soldiers ruptured into a cheer. Boxen OVL. Com Zhou and Zhang Qianjing walked into the soldiers to heal the poisoned and injured soldiers. After the situation of these soldiers stabilized, Zhou came to the charred corpse of the black-tailed fog scorpion leader. The fragrance of meat tickled his appetite. This will be my dinner. He placed his hand on its corpse after confirming that it was not of unbearable temperature. A golden notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. The next second, a text notification appeared. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained 40 mist cores, 500 units of black-tailed fog scorpion flesh, green bronze tier advance grade, 1 unit of black-tailed fog scorpion leader's poison sac, green bronze tier advance grade, 1 bottle of blood cleansing pills, green bronze tier advance grade, 1 skill book, deadly state, black iron tier advance grade, 20 poison crossbowman class change certificates, gradeless, 10 poison crossbowman recruitment books, green bronze tier advance grade, 1. Black scorpion king crossbow, black iron tier advance grade, 1 potion formula, blood cleansing pills, black iron tier advance grade, 2 origin crystals, 8 Lord Talent crystal fragments, black iron tier advance grade. Whoosh! A huge drop. Envy appeared on some of the faces of the surrounding soldiers, but most of them looked up at Zhou with even more admiration. Zhou was already used to such scenes. He began to inspect the loot calmly. There was naturally no need to mention the green bronze tier mist cores, the flesh of the black-tailed fog scorpion leader, the poison sac, and the poison crossbow soldier class change certificates. The effect of the poison crossbow soldier recruitment book was the same as the sword shield soldier recruitment book. They could summon professionals from the gate of summoning. However, these recruitment books would recruit higher-level beginner soldiers, the poison crossbow soldiers. Then, there was the green bronze tier advance grade skill book, Dead State. Skill name, Dead State, skill quality, green bronze tier advance grade, skill description, conceal your scent, gaze, voice, breathing, mental activity, blood energy fluctuations, energy aura, and other traces that might expose you to the greatest extent. Allow you to enter a dead state and become like a corpse, thereby reducing the possibility of other living beings discovering you. Zhou raised his eyebrows. No wonder they couldn't find any traces of the other party the moment it entered the desert. They couldn't even see it with their blood eyes. So it was the effect of dead state. Good stuff. Zhou learned it on the spot. With a 100% drop rate, he was destined to obtain countless treasures and lord talents in the future. The closer he got to the later stages of the overlord competition, the stronger he would become after grasping many treasures and overlord talents. Therefore, this kind of survival skill was what he needed the most. After learning it, he looked at the next loot. The formula for the blood cleansing pill and the medicine bottle containing 20 blood cleansing pills. Potion recipe name, blood cleansing pill, recipe quality, green bronze tier advance grade, recipe effect, you can master the refining method of the blood cleansing pill after using it. The blood cleansing pill can remove most poisons below the white silver tier. It can also relieve and control some white silver tier blood infecting toxins. Recipe material, clear spirit flower, green bronze tier advance grade, purple leaf grass, green bronze tier intermediate grade, black crow ginseng, green bronze tier intermediate grade, blood clotting grass, black iron tier advance grade, formula description, beginner level antidote. It can heal and control most low-level poisons below the white silver tier. Learning requirement: it can only be learned by physicians, herbalists, pharmacists, alchemists, and other herb-related life professions. This should be an advanced-level antidote. Zhou thought. He had also read the formula for the Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade antidote he had obtained from the Elite Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade. The effect was similar to the blood cleansing pill, however, the level of detoxification was different. The Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade antidote could only cure most Black Iron Tier poison, while this blood cleansing pill could cure most poisons below the white silver tier. No doubt, the blood cleansing pill had a wider healing range, but it was also more expensive to make. He did not think too much about it as he continued to look at the next loot. Equipment name: Black Scorpion Poison Crossbow. Equipment grade: Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade. Equipment effect 1, Power of the King's Crossbow. When shooting the arrow, the Black Scorpion King's Crossbow will give the arrow 5 times the strength, speed, range, penetration, and lethality of the arrow. It will also carry the poison of the black-tailed fog scorpion, which is above Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade. It can poison ordinary monsters below White Silver Tier to death. Equipment effect 2, Arrow of Death. When the user shoots a crossbow bolt, the Black Scorpion King crossbow will automatically hide all the user's physical characteristics and shoot a silent arrow, killing the enemy. Introduction: the rare equipment dropped by the black-tailed mist scorpion leader, Black Spike. It is a top-grade equipment that Green Bronze Tier crossbow soldiers dream of. Good equipment. Zhou's eyes lit up. Equipment effect 1 was equivalent to providing an unlimited number of Black Scorpion poisonous arrows. Moreover, it was a Black Scorpion poisonous arrow with Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade. Equipment effect 2 even had a deathly silent skill. The effects of the two equipment were both top grade. I can give this to Bai Yi. Zhou thought. Even though he liked this equipment very much, he did not need to go out to fight personally as a lord. Also, he was not a crossbow-type soldier. Keeping it would only cause this treasure to be covered in dust. He might as well give it to Bai Yi and let it play a greater role. It would also allow Bai Yi to serve him better. Then, he looked at the origin crystal he had seen for the first time. This was a thumb-sized hexagonal golden crystal that emitted a faint warm heat when held in his hand. Item name: Origin Crystal. Item level: Special. Item effect: one of the necessary resources to upgrade the territory. Only some Scarlet Lords and special fog monsters can drop it. Item description: a rare and indispensable promotion resource for a lord. Do we actually need this to upgrade our territory? Zhou was a little surprised. He valued this resource even more. He solemnly put it into his spatial ring and looked at the last loot. They were 8 cube-shaped crystals that emitted a black iron glow. Treasure name: Lord Talent Crystal Fragment. Grade: Black Iron Tier. Treasure ability 1. Gather 10 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments and fuse them into a complete Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. It can awaken an unknown Black Iron Tier Lord Talent. Treasure ability 2. Gather 10 Black Iron Level Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals and fuse them into a Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal. It can allow a lord with a Black Iron Level Lord Talent to upgrade his Lord Talent to a Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent. The subsequent fusion effects, and so on. Introduction: the treasure that lords dream of. Zhou's eyes widened. Chapter 35: Organizing the Harvest. Thousands of soldier professionals. Zhou was completely stunned. Not only does this Lord Talent Crystal Fragment awaken the Lord Talent, it could also upgrade the Lord Talent. Zhou had another bold idea. If he obtained 1 billion Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, wouldn't he be able to fuse a mythical Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal directly? If he used it again, wouldn't his legendary Tier Lord Talent evolve into a mythical Tier Lord Talent? Wait. No. If I had the mythical Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal, why would I level up the 100% drop rate? Wouldn't it be better to directly awaken a brand new mythical tier Lord Talent? Zhou suddenly realized the error of his ways and started fantasizing before coming back to his senses. He looked at the 8 black iron tier Lord Talent crystal fragments in his hand and sighed. 1 billion of them. So far away. Boxen OVL. He might not even be able to afford it even after the Battle of the Overlords. It was better not to think so far ahead. There are billions of cerulean planet lords and many of them haven't awakened their Lord Talents. Could it be because they didn't form a complete Lord Talent crystal in their bodies? Zhou suddenly thought of this problem. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He then called 5 sword shield soldiers and walked into the Lord's wooden house. He checked it and found that there was nothing good to take away with them. He then turned his attention to the territory stone tablet and realized that it was a black iron tier advanced grade territory stone tablet. Smash it. Zhou ordered. The 5 sword shield soldiers went forward to swing their swords. They took half an hour to break the stone tablet with an endurance of 10,000 points, revealing the territory token inside. Zhou stepped forward and placed his hand on the territory token. Receive the territory order. Yes. Zhou said. The black iron tier advanced grade territory token immediately fell into his hands the next second. Zhou looked at the territory token with a smile on his face. He had 2 territory tokens in his possession. He just had to obtain another piece and his territory could be upgraded again. We've to continue fighting. Zhou thought. My lord. I have something to report. At this moment, Bai Yi's voice came from outside. Come in. He said casually. Bai Yi walked in. I've something to report, my lord. The soldiers couldn't even find a unit of basic resources after searching for so long. It's like there are no resources here. Her expression was a little ugly. Zhou was stunned. Surely not. It was the territory of a green bronze tier advanced grade Scarlet Lord after all. It should have developed for a period of time since it could upgrade its territory to black iron tier advanced grade. How could it not have any basic resources? Did you search the underground? Zhou suddenly said. Bai Yi immediately reacted and joy appeared on her face. That's right. There is indeed a high chance that they will place their development resources under the desert with their habits. I am a fool. They'll send people to search for them again right away. We'll definitely find all the loot here even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Catch a black-tailed fog scorpion alive and let me question it. Zhou possessed the racial skill, mental perception, where he could vaguely sense the thoughts of living creatures. It would be all too easy to get information from the enemy when coupled with the mental manipulation skill. Roger. Bai Yi left and a moment later, an elite black-tailed fog scorpion with its legs and tail severed was sent over. After Zhou used mental manipulation and mental perception on it, he found where the territory's treasure trove was. Bai Yi immediately led soldiers who knew the sand stealth technique to the location and successfully retrieved all the loot from underground. They obtained 2,000 units of wood, 1,500 units of stone, 800 units of fine sand, 500 units of metal, 156 black iron tier mist cores, and 25 green bronze tier mist cores in total. They even found a green bronze tier intermediate grade medical hall blueprint, even though it was of little use to Zhou. With Xiao Changshu, a white platinum tier intermediate grade architect, around, he no longer cared about ordinary blueprints below white platinum tier intermediate grade. However, he could give this blueprint to Qian Du as a reward when he was promoted to a green bronze tier intermediate grade architect. Zhou felt that there was nothing to occupy here. He placed all the loot on the small wooden cart and left with the soldiers and convoy as usual. 2 hours later, in the Lord's wooden house. Zhou Zhou was sorting out the gains and losses of this battle. They had killed a total of 465 black-tailed fog scorpions in this battle. Among them was a green bronze-tier advanced-grade black-tailed fog scorpion leader, Scarlet Lord, 2 elite green bronze-tier intermediate-grade black-tailed fog scorpions, 5 elite green bronze-tier elementary-grade black-tailed fog scorpions, 29 elite black iron-tier advanced-grade black-tailed fog scorpion, 118 black iron-tier intermediate-grade black-tailed fog scorpions, and 310 black iron-tier elementary-grade black-tailed fog scorpions. On Zhou Zhou's side, it was a miracle that only 3 soldiers died in battle. 12 were seriously injured and 56 were slightly injured. Their battle damage ratio was terrifyingly high. It was because of 4 key reasons. First, they had more troops on their side, double the number of black-tailed fog scorpions. Second, the success rate of the black-tailed fog scorpion's sneak attacks were greatly reduced because of the blood eye. Third, Zhou Zhou and Zhang Qianjing were constantly healing and neutralizing poisons on the battlefield, reducing the casualties. Last but not least, Nazario had eliminated the black-tailed fog lizard leader and its green bronze-tier black-tailed fog scorpions with higher combat power. Zhou Zhou had also obtained a large number of rewards from this battle that surprised him. This included 83 green bronze-tier mist cores, 1,324 black iron-tier mist cores, 13,820 units of flesh, black iron-tier elementary, intermediate and advanced grade, 150 units of green bronze-tier elementary grade, 100 units of green bronze-tier intermediate grade, 500 units of green bronze-tier advanced grade, 465 portions of the black-tailed fog scorpion's poison sac, black iron-tier and green bronze-tier, 389 bottles of antidotes, black iron-tier elementary, intermediate and advanced grade, 8 bottles of blood cleansing pills. Green bronze-tier elementary, intermediate and advanced grade, 540 poison crossbowman class change certificates, 175 poison crossbowman recruitment books, 29 black iron-tier advanced grade black scorpion crossbows, 5 black iron-tier elementary grade black scorpion crossbows, 2 black iron-tier intermediate grade black scorpion crossbows and 7 sets of blood cleansing pill potion formulas, 5 sets of green bronze-tier elementary grade and 2 sets of green bronze-tier intermediate grade. Zhou Zhou stored all the loot into the Emperor of Sand's spatial ring. Then, he walked out of the Lord's wooden house and came to the Gate of Summoning, once again throwing all 175 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books in. The next second, poisonous crossbowmen filed out of the Gate of Summoning one after the other. After bowing respectfully to Zhou Zhou, they lined up behind him until no one else emerged from the gate. A total of 175 poisonous crossbowmen appeared. The number of soldiers under my command has officially broken through to 1,000. 1,041, to be precise. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Chapter 36, Purchasing Materials. Lingers Opportunity. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with the gains from this expedition against the Scarlet Lord. The fragment of the Lord's talent crystal did not disappoint him even though he did not obtain a new Lord talent. Zhou Zhou opened the marketplace and frowned slightly. More lords are selling black iron-tier elementary grade meat. Its price has begun to decline. More lords would be able to be self-sufficient and can even sell excess meat in the marketplace as time goes by. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself as he began to set up a new deal. The content of this deal was different from before. This time, he would release a total of 30,000 units of flesh, 15,000 units of black iron-tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat, 5,000 units of black iron-tier elementary grade black-tailed fog scorpion meat and 10,000 units of black iron-tier intermediate grade desert fog lizard. At this stage, there were still very few lords who sold black iron-tier intermediate grade meat and not a single lord was selling meat from black iron-tier advanced grade monsters. The higher the level of the meat, the more promotion energy they contained after all. Which lord would be willing to sell the meat of rare high-level monsters to others unless he had excess which could not be preserved for a long time? Most did not even have enough for themselves. The reason why Zhou Zhou did this was because the ingredients he wanted this time were ingredients to make the antidote and the blood-cleansing pill that he had just obtained today. These two potions were both high-level potions. The medicinal herbs needed to make them were mostly black iron tier advanced grade or even green bronze tier medicinal herbs. Boxen OVL. That was why Zhou Zhou took out higher level meat to trade. Soon, the deal he announced attracted the attention of countless lords again. As the number of views increased rapidly, his deal once again topped the list of deals viewed. The other lords on the World Channel were also having a heated discussion. Oh my god, 30,000 units of monster meat. Did Big Boss Blazing Sun destroy another monster kingdom? 10,000 units of black iron tier intermediate grade monster meat. Good lord, Big Boss Blazing Sun shocks me every time he attacks. The Great Desert Fog Lizard has made an indelible contribution to the development of the Big Boss Blazing Sun. Desert Fog Lizard, thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons have been warmed. Am I the only one who noticed that there's an extra type of meat called the black-tailed fog scorpion this time? Desert Fog Lizard, welcome, new members, to the development of Big Boss Blazing Sun. The price of this meat is too expensive. The other lords have already lowered their prices, so how can he still maintain such high prices? Everyone, stand up and boycott this profiteer. Don't buy from him. That's right. We can't let the profiteers be so arrogant. Profiteer. Zhou Zhou could not be bothered with such comments. Meat was still in short supply in the market even though there were more lords selling them now. It was far from reaching an equilibrium between supply and demand. If these people did not buy his high-priced flesh, other lords would. He did not have to worry about not being able to sell them. He could actually also use the Sword Shield Soldier class change certificate to buy these materials, but he was unwilling to do so. What if he were to have a large population one day? When the time comes, these Sword Shield Soldier class change certificates could be quickly converted into real military strength. Suddenly, he saw some different news on the World Channel. 2 or 3 lords were discussing the Dragon Lady. This morning, the Dragon Lady had used the World Channel's live broadcast function to broadcast the entire process of her taking down a foreign race lord's territory. It had broadened the horizons of all the lords. It made her even more famous. At the same time, it also alerted all the lords. The Novice Lord Protective Barrier is not invincible. No matter how strong the Novice Lord Protective Barrier was, if a lord were to court death, it would not be able to protect him. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised by the Dragon Lattice situation, but that was all. He had already conquered 3 territories. The Dragon Lattice conquest was not too shabby, but her epic tier lord talent was indeed worthy of his attention. At the same time, hundreds of millions of kilometers away, in the spiritual medicine city, Linger, who was in the Divine Herb Garden, was dumbfounded when she saw the new deal initiated by the Lord of the Blazing Sun. She bought some medicinal ingredients to create the Blood Eye yesterday. She wanted to be able to provide her big brother Blazing Sun with an endless supply of medicinal ingredients to create the Blood Eye from now on. A day had barely passed and Big Brother Blazing Sun needed new medicinal ingredients. Linger suddenly smiled. Looks like Big Brother Blazing Sun has become stronger again. She immediately opened the marketplace and bought some medicinal herbs to make antidotes and blood-cleansing pills. As long as she had the seeds and the ability of her Divine Herb Garden, having a steady stream of mature medicinal herbs every day was not a dream. She wanted to be Big Brother Blazing Sun's only supplier of medicinal herbs. Not to monopolize him, for she did not know anything about monopolies. She just wanted to be closer to this big brother who was willing to chat with her. She opened the Lord of the Blazing Sun's chat and sent a message to him nervously. Spiritual Medicine Lord, is Big Brother Blazing Sun here? The reply came after a short while. Lord of the blazing sun, yes, the herbs are ripe again. Spirit medicine lord, yep. This time, Linger prepared 1,000 sets of medicinal ingredients for Big Brother Blazing Sun's life potions, 300 sets of medicinal ingredients for the energy potion, and 300 sets of medicinal ingredients for the blood eye potion. Lord of the Blazing Sun, I want them all. Let's discuss the price. Spiritual Medicine Lord, is 10 sets of potion for 1 sword shield soldier class change certificate alright? Lord of the Blazing Sun. Yes. It was more than alright. This pricing was no different from the price of cabbage. Zhou did not want to take advantage of the child, but when he thought about the ridiculously effective divine herb garden, he suddenly felt that he could accept such a price. Nonetheless, he secretly decided that he would help Linger to the best of his ability in the future. He suddenly thought of something and immediately typed, Lord of the Blazing Sun, all the people in your territory have changed their professions to sword shield soldiers, right? Spiritual Medicine Lord, yes. My subjects dare to go out and explore during the day now. They even dare to fight the monsters head-on. Thank you, Big Brother. Lord of the Blazing Sun, in that case, you won't be able to use the sword shield soldier class change certificate even if I give you more, right? Why don't I trade something else with you? Zhou definitely could not be bothered to say these words if it was someone else. Who cares if you can use it or not? However, Zhou asked out of concern since Linger was willing to trade herbs with him at such a good price. He was willing to respond to Linger's kindness with his own kindness. However, the Spiritual Medicine Lord's next words stunned Zhou. Spiritual Medicine Lord, it's alright. There's an indigenous force called Green Valley City near my territory. Refugees have been coming to my place every day for the past 2 days. 8 people came yesterday, and another 14 people came today. They're all willing to become Linger's subjects. Spiritual Medicine Lord, there should be more refugees coming tomorrow, so Big Brother Blazing Sun doesn't have to worry that Linger won't be able to use them. Zhou was confused on the other side of the chat. How could this be? He was short of non-military professionals. Zhao Changshu even needed to build houses himself. She had people going to her for free. Zhou completed the transaction with Linger with mixed feelings. He had obtained 1,600 portions of medicinal herbs that Linger had specially cultivated for him. On the other hand, Linger obtained 160 sword shield soldier class change certificates. Zhou was about to ask for the details and Bai Yi's voice came from outside. I've something to report, my lord. There's a gnome outside. He said that he heard of my lord's reputation and yearned to become your subject. He specially came from afar to join the Blazing Sun City. He doesn't seem simple. My lord, do you want to take a look? It sounded familiar to Zhou for some reason. Then it clicked. This was a talent attracted by the reputation rating. He immediately walked out of the Lord's wooden house. Chapter 37, Talent with Extraordinary Potential. You call this a repair? Zhou found the gnome which looked similar to Ashburn with a white robe. That gnome was studying Zhou and the territory behind him curiously. Greetings, my lord. The gnome retracted his gaze and said respectfully. His voice was tender, revealing that he was a young gnome. Hi, I heard that you want to join my territory. Zhou asked curiously. Yes. I've just finished my apprenticeship. I originally wanted to stay in the Aurora Kingdom and appreciate the local customs around me while looking for a lord worthy for me to submit to. I heard that you conquered a foreign lord territory and a Scarlet Lord's territory in just 3 days upon arriving in the High Continent. In the eyes of many living beings, including myself and my teacher, this is extremely unbelievable, but it's precisely because of this that my lord's strength and potential shines. That's why I came to see my lord. If possible, I want to submit myself to my lord. I wonder if my lord is willing to accept a newly minted blacksmith like me. Carter Jim asked expectantly. A line of text appeared. Carter Jim requests to join your territory and become your subject. Do you agree, Boxen OVL? C.O.M. Blacksmith. Zhou Zhou was stunned but delighted. Coincidentally, the soldiers had been fighting non-stop recently, and many of their armor and weapons were damaged. They could only continue using the damaged armor and weapons because there were no blacksmiths. That solved everything. The damaged weapons and armor could be repaired with this new gnome blacksmith. Welcome to Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou agreed readily. After calming down, he looked at the other party's delicate figure and suddenly hesitated. This size. No matter how he looked at him, he did not seem to be the size of a blacksmith. He looked at the other party, and his message appeared in his eyes. Subject, Carter Kim, Territory, Blazing Sun City, Life Profession, Blacksmith, Professional Class, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, Ability Overview, a genius in the path of blacksmithing, the last disciple of the Master Military Craftsman, Gibbon Vela. His body contains the bloodline of the mountain giant. Under his gentle and shy appearance, there is a burning heart that swings a sledgehammer. Skills, Mountain Giant Bloodline, Talent, Earth Elemental Affinity, Extraordinary Tier Gilburn Forging Technique 36 Forms, Incomplete Mastery, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Equipment Repair Skill, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Equipment Carving Skill, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade Equipment Military Aesthetic Theory, Pure Iron Forging Skill, Steel Forging Skill, Equipment Manufacturing, Archer Equipment, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, Equipment Manufacturing, Crossbowman Equipment. Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, Equipment Manufacturing, Cavalry Equipment, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, Equipment Manufacturing, Sword Shield Soldier Equipment, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, Equipment Manufacturing, Spearman Equipment, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, Equipment Manufacturing, Pudeo Soldier Equipment, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, Equipment Manufacturing, Firearms Soldier Equipment, Yellow Gold Tier Advanced Grade, Loyalty, 88, Potential, Extraordinary Tier. Intermediate Grade, Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect this young gnome's potential to be Extraordinary Tier Intermediate Grade. Even though he was currently inferior to Elder Zhao. This was a future Extraordinary Tier blacksmith. Moreover, Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with the other party's skills. They were all forging skills related to military equipment. To any lord, a blacksmith with so many standard equipment forging skills was undoubtedly the most practical. Moreover, the other party had his own talent and bloodline. As expected of a talent attracted by reputation rating. My lord, do we have a blacksmith shop in our territory? Carter Kim asked curiously. Not at the moment, but you can have it tomorrow if you want one. Zhou Zhou smiled. He then called over a soldier and asked him to bring Zhao Changshou and Elder Zhao over. Zhao Changshou came over in no time. My lord. You were looking for me? He asked. Zhou Zhou was about to speak when a surprised voice sounded from the other side. Teacher Zhao, you're here too. Carter Kim looked at Zhao Changshou in surprise. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Zhao Changshu's gaze also fell on him. Then, he said in surprise, Little Carter. Shouldn't you be at Master Gibbon's place? Why are you here? I've finished my apprenticeship. Carter Jim said shyly. Not bad. You didn't let your teacher down to be able to graduate at such a young age. Oh yes. How's your teacher doing? Zhao Changshu clicked his tongue in wonder. Teacher has been in good health recently. Just that she talks about you all day long. Carter Jim said politely. I'll visit her when I'm free. Zhao Changshu smiled. So you know each other. Zhou Zhou said in surprise. This little guy's teacher and I are good friends in the Aurora Kingdom. I designed her residence myself. We became even closer after we retired because we see each other a lot. So I got to know her precious disciple. Zhao Changshu smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded and then became thoughtful. It seemed that the Aurora Kingdom was very close to his territory. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental that both of the legendary tier talents came from the Aurora Kingdom. Elder Zhao, Carter has already become a subject of Blazing Sun City. I asked you to come over this time because I want you to help him build a yellow gold tier advanced grade blacksmith shop. Zhou Zhou said. Does my lord have yellow gold tier mist cores? Zhao Changshu was stunned. No, why? Zhou Zhou replied. Building a yellow gold tier advanced grade blacksmith shop requires 100 yellow gold tier advanced grade mist cores. Zhou Zhou. I think the black iron tier advanced grade blacksmith shop is good enough for now. Zhao Changshu and Carter immediately agreed. The awkward atmosphere quickly disappeared amidst laughter. My lord, this female general's armor seems to be damaged. Would you allow me to repair it? Carter looked at Bai Yi's armor and said to Zhou Zhou. It was more than just being damaged. Bai Yi was still wearing the black iron tier elementary grade poison crossbowman armor that came with her class change, which was completely incompatible with her current strength. Go and change it out. Zhou Zhou nodded. Bai Yi thanked him and went back to change her clothes. When she returned, she had her standard armor folded in her hands as she was wearing her own casual clothes. Carter Jim took out a simple forging platform from his spatial ring and placed it on the ground. Then, he lit it up. Then, the other party picked up the hammer that was 3 times his height. The size of the hammer did not match his height at all. Zhou Zhou was afraid that he would not be able to handle it. Lord, please be mentally prepared. At this moment, Zhao Changshu leaned over and whispered. Zhou Zhou did not know what he meant until he saw Carter Jim in action. Carter Jim took a deep breath. Gore, a tangible white circular airflow spread out from under his feet accompanied by a suppressed growl. The ground shook slightly. Gravels trembled and floated from the ground. Carter Jim's body began to grow at a visible speed under Zhou Zhou and Bai Yi's dumbfounded gazes. Soon, his entire body had become 5 to 6 meters tall with his muscles bulging. The white robe he was wearing earlier now looked like a scarf wrapped around his neck. The hammer that was nearly 2 meters long looked like a wooden stick in his hand. Zhou Zhou and Bai Yi's expressions froze for a few seconds. Carter Jim began to forge. The loud sound of hammers being swung echoed throughout the entire territory, and almost everyone looked over. Even Ashburn, who was always in the gnome alchemy workshop, came out to watch the giant forge armor. During the forging process, he would occasionally throw a few ores into the armor. It's done. The time is tight, so I only repaired the original armor, which is why I couldn't maximize the effect of the equipment. I hope you don't mind. Carter was embarrassed as he handed the armor to Bai Yi. Thank you so much for fixing it. Bai Yi took it and thanked him. Zhou Zhou also looked at it. Equipment name, Poison Crossbow Soldier Standard Armor, Strengthened, Equipment Grade, Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade, Equipment Effect, Standard Armor of the Poison Crossbow Soldiers. It can withstand 30% of the impact from the outside world and effectively prevent sharp weapons from attacking. After being repaired and upgraded by a blacksmith, it can slightly resist white silver tier elementary grade damage from the outside world. Introduction, the standard armor of the poison crossbowman. It was reforged by an outstanding blacksmith and its defense was strengthened. Zhou Zhou and Bai Yi's mouths fell agape. Then, they looked at the shy Carter Jim. Good God! It was directly upgraded from a black iron tier elementary grade equipment to green bronze tier advanced grade equipment. You call this a repair? Chapter 38, 50 Mechanostriders. The Second Monster Ranch. Your blacksmithing skills are indeed great. You'll probably catch up with your teacher in a few years. Zhao Changshu stroked his beard and smiled. It's just a basic operation. I'm still far from my teacher. Carter Jim reverted to his gnome form and said shyly. This time, Zhao Changshu did not say anything. Gibbon Vela was an extraordinary tier advanced grade master blacksmith. He was indeed far inferior comparatively. At this moment, Zhou Zhou also came back to his senses. He looked at Carter Jim with shining eyes, as if he was looking at a treasure. In the future, you will be in charge of upgrading and repairing the equipment in our territory. Our soldiers are all wearing the most basic black iron tier elementary grade equipment. Many people's standard equipment can no longer match their strength. I need people like you to help them. Zhou Zhou patted Carter Jim's shoulder, looking like he had entrusted him with an important task. I will do my best. Carter Jim said seriously. He was akin to a young man who had mastered the skills of a military craftsman. Even though he was shy, he yearned to follow a virtuous leader and create a great career. This was also one of the reasons why he came here to train himself. How many sets of standard equipment can you upgrade in a day? You don't have to upgrade them too much, perhaps to green bronze tier elementary grade at best. Zhou Zhou asked. Boxen OVL. COM, if it doesn't exceed the green bronze tier elementary grade, then it's very simple. I can upgrade about 50 sets a day. Carter Jim said. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. Upgrading 50 sets a day. This efficiency was ridiculous. However, Zhou Zhou could somewhat understand given his mountain giant transformation just now. Zhou Zhou asked for the list of ores and materials needed to upgrade the equipment. According to Carter Jim, there were only two materials required. Pure iron and fine steel. Forging low-level standard equipment mainly depends on the forger's skills and repeated tempering. There's no need for too complicated ores. Carter Jim said shyly, noticing Zhou Zhou's doubtful expression. Zhou Zhou nodded. He immediately opened the marketplace and used 10,000 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat to buy these two types of ore materials. The price he set was 5 units of pure iron or 10 units of steel for every unit of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat. This price was still very high. However, there were too many Cerulean planet lords, so he did not have to worry about not being able to obtain the materials. At this moment he noticed Ashburn wearing a doubtful expression on his face. Zhou Zhou asked Zhao Changshu to arrange a place for Carter Jim to stay before he went to Ashburn's side. What are you looking at? Zhou Zhou asked Ashburn while patting his shoulder. My lord, is he a gnome too? Ashburn looked at Carter Jim in the distance and couldn't help but ask. He's a gnome with the blood of a mountain giant. Zhou Zhou answered. A gnome that actually has the bloodline of a mountain giant. I've learned something new. Ashburn sighed, feeling much better. Zhou Zhou was also very emotional. What was Carter Jim's mountain giant parent thinking? Lucky that I ran into you. Can you use this? Zhou Zhou handed the formulas for the antidote and blood cleansing pill to Ashburn. Ashburn was already used to seeing new formulas, so he wasn't surprised. He looked at it twice before he quickly shook his head. My apologies, my lord. I'm an alchemist. Making some alchemy potions is my limit. This is a potion formula specially prepared for orthodox pharmacists. I can't learn it. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Ashburn was dead loyal to him, so there was no way he would lie to him. He must really be unable to learn it then. Zhou Zhou could only put them away, even though he did not feel that it was a pity. He could totally build a second monster ranch to nurture the black-tailed fog scorpion now that he had origin crystals. He could completely obtain antidotes and blood cleansing pills through the monster ranch since Ashburn didn't know anything about them. Not only was this method simpler, there was also no need to buy the corresponding medicinal herbs from the marketplace. My lord, I just made 50 mechanostriders. Would you like to take a look? Ashburn asked. Let's go. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Mechanostriders were a very important part of his development plan. They arrived at the alchemy warehouse that housed a total of 50 neatly arranged mechanostriders, making this place look like an armory. Well done. Zhou Zhou could not help but praise Ashburn. It's my duty to serve the Lord. Ashburn said elegantly. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he asked Bai Yi to call someone over to bring the 50 mechanostriders out. He ordered for 10 of the mechanostriders to be used specifically for the transportation of loot. The remaining 40 of them were given to the scout team and were in charge of exploring the surrounding environment of the territory. Bai Yi was already prepared for this. She immediately found 40 smart soldiers to join the scout team and got them familiarized with the mechanostrider. More than an hour later, all the soldiers had mastered the operation of the mechanostriders. Zhou Zhou got them to head out of the territory under Bai Yi's lead to explore the environment outside the territory. Wu Tu, the cartographer recruited this morning, was among them. My lord! I will definitely become the vice captain. Wu Tu shouted at Zhou Zhou in the distance before they left. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded before looking for Zhang Tsang again. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's first subject and also the first sword-shield soldier in the territory was already at the green bronze tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou asked him to leave 100 soldiers behind and lead the remaining 890 soldiers in clearing the remaining fog monsters outside the territory. Zhang Tsang accepted the order and left. Half an hour later, in the Lord's wooden house, Zhou Zhou, who was diving in the World Channel, suddenly realized that the 2 deals he had set up were completed. He had obtained a total of 60,000 units of stone, 50,000 units of wood, 110,000 units of fine sand, and 80,000 units of metal. 600 mechanostrider crafting materials, 2,000 life potion crafting materials, 800 energy potion crafting materials, 600 golden corpse water crafting materials, 1,200 blood eye crafting materials. 36,000 units of pure iron and 28,000 units of steel. 500 sets of antidotes. 250 sets of blood cleansing pills. Other than that, he also bought some random materials. He could trade all 40,000 units of meat, leaving him with a little less than 20,000 units. Zhou Zhou looked at the materials he had bought, feeling a little emotional. This was the disadvantage of desert territory. He had to buy raw materials if he wanted to make something. He could be completely self-sufficient if he was in a territory rich in resources. However, he did not blame anyone. He was already in a much better position when compared to the lords who could not even solve their survival problems. Zhou Zhou found Zhao Changshou again before they jointly looked for Mu Gu together to discuss the construction of the second monster ranch. Zhao Changshou was pleasantly surprised when he knew that he was going to participate in the construction of a special building. This was left unnoticed by Zhou Zhou as he waved his right hand. 3,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of fine sand, 3,000 units of metal, 3,000 units of stone ingredients, and 1,000 units of black iron mist core appeared out of thin air. Then, he took out an origin crystal and handed it to Mu Gu. "I'll leave the second monster ranch to Elder Zhao and you. The second monster ranch will be used to nurture the black-tailed fog scorpions. I've left you 100 soldiers, get them to build it for you. Can Monster Ranch be built by tonight with them around?" Zhou Zhou asked. "No problem." Mu Gu and Zhao Changshou exchanged confirmation nods before replying to Zhou Zhou. Its current grade would just be a little higher than Black Iron Tier Advanced grade even though the Monster Ranch was a special building. They were confident that it would be completed before night fell with enough manpower. Zhou Zhou nodded and left. Time passed quickly. Night gradually fell. The scarlet fog gradually appeared in the air. However, since the surrounding Scarlet Lords had been destroyed, no new monsters were born. Not long after, Zhou Zhou, who was shopping in the Lord's wooden house, suddenly received a report from a soldier. Bai Yi had already brought 50 soldiers back to the territory with information they had obtained about the surrounding environment of the territory. Chapter 39, Wuxia's Map. New Monster. In the Lord's wooden house, the living room. My lord, this is a map drawn by Wu Tu after exploring the Blazing Sun Desert today. It is a complete map of the Blazing Sun Desert area. Bai Yi glanced at Wu Tu after giving her report. Wu Tu looked nervous. He walked towards Zhou Zhou and handed him the map with both hands upon hearing Bai Yi's words. Zhou Zhou took it and immediately started studying it. An item notification appeared in front of him. Area map name, Blazing Sun Desert Map, current exploration rate, 59%, map quality, black iron tier, total area, 523 square kilometers, map introduction. This map depicts the general terrain of the Blazing Sun Desert and the related map information. It includes the area, geographical scale, desert terrain distribution, the range and location of your own territory, the coverage of desert vegetation type resource points, the range and activity of scattered monsters, the range and location of the Scarlet Lord's territory, and the territory and location of the Lord of all races. There's actually an item notification, box in OVL. Is this acknowledged by the Supreme Will? Zhou Zhou looked at the map even more seriously, surprised at this development. It was a 1 meter long by half meter wide yellowish-brown papyrus map which depicted an irregularly long and narrow desert terrain. It looked remarkably lifelike with very vivid markings in many places. For example, the location of Blazing Sun City was marked with a small sun. There were also the ruins of the Desert Fog Lizard territory and the ruins of the Black-tailed Fog Scorpion territory. The two places that Zhou Zhou had captured had also been marked with the simple image of the Desert Fog Lizard and the image of the Black-tailed Fog Scorpion. In addition, Zhou Zhou also saw a specific scale in the bottom left corner of the map, as well as some marks of desert vegetation, quicksand, and scattered monsters. Other than that, he also saw 2 red highlights. One was a simple human face marked as the territory of an unfamiliar human lord about 30 kilometers northeast of Blazing Sun City. There was a special label beside it. There were no more than 50 people inside this territory according to a preliminary assessment. The other was the mark of a Scarlet Lord. Its specific label was Region-level Scarlet Lord, Sandman Lord's territory. It was about 35 kilometers to the east of Blazing Sun City, and according to preliminary assessment, there were about 1,000 sandmen and fog monsters in it. Zhou Zhou looked at the map in surprise. Fear came from the unknown. Originally, he did not know much about the overall environment of the Blazing Sun Desert. Therefore, he subconsciously felt that his surroundings were very dangerous even though he already had thousands of soldiers. That was why he had always gone all out, because he did not want to fail miserably. However, the rich information on this map immediately made Zhou Zhou feel much more at ease. He even entertained the thought of trying to conquer the entire Blazing Sun Desert, since he seemed to be able to take down the remaining 2 lords' territories after all. This was the importance of information. Without the information on this map, Zhou Zhou might have had the same thoughts without the confidence. Zhou Zhou could not help but look at Wu Tuesday. What a talent! Nice map. I love it. Zhou Zhou said. When Wu Tu heard this, joy immediately appeared on his originally anxious expression. Starting today, you're the vice-captain of your scout team. In addition, this mechanostrider belongs to you now. Zhou Zhou continued. Wu Tu was stunned when he heard that. The Lord actually gave him such a huge reward for completing his first mission. He remembered that the only other person in the territory who owned a mechanostrider was Bai Yi, who had followed Zhou Zhou from the beginning. The others only had the right to use it. He had just become the second person after Bai Yi to own one. When Wu Tu thought of this, he could not help but feel a little dazed. No matter how perfectly he completed the task of drawing the map in the army previously, his higher-ups would only pay lip service without promoting him because he was still a child. They were worried about handing over a higher position to him. He had only joined this place for less than a day, but he already obtained what he had always wanted. It was not a higher position, nor was it a mechanostrider. But trust. His lordship was really different. You don't have to be so surprised. I've seen your ability. Since it has reached the standard, I will naturally give you the corresponding reward and position so that you can unleash your ability. However, even though you're the vice captain now, you should listen to others' opinions when you encounter situations. Trust your teammates. They may not be as good at making maps as you are, but there's still a lot you can learn in other areas. Don't disappoint me. Zhou Zhou smiled. Thank you, my lord. Wu Tu will definitely not disappoint my lord. Wu Tu's face flushed red with excitement. Keep working hard and you'll have a chance to be the captain. Now, tell me in detail about these two territories. Zhou Zhou smiled. Wu Tu nodded excitedly. Bai Yi smiled and took a step forward. Yes, my lord. The standard, unknown human lord's territory on this map was first discovered by us during our exploration. We encountered a team of 8 human soldiers with 4 sword-shield soldiers, 3 spearmen, and 1 bowman. They look similar to us humans. And I don't know if I'm overthinking it, but they were protecting the bowman behind them. I feel that his speech and accent is very similar to the Lord's. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Did they meet another Cerulean planet lord? He did not say anything and continued to listen to Bai Yi. Subsequently, I followed them secretly and found their territory. I realized that their territory is also protected by the novice lord's protective barrier. I didn't act rashly. I asked Wu Tu to record the location. After observing for a while, I continued to explore in the distance. That's where we found the territory of this regional lord, the Sandman Lord. He is a white silver tier elementary grade regional Scarlet Lord, and he has about 1,000 Sandmen under his command. He is very powerful, so I didn't approach rashly, but I did kill a lone Sandman nearby and brought its corpse back. The body of the Sandman is at the door now. Bai Yi said. Let's go take a look. Zhou Zhou immediately stood up. Bai Yi and the others naturally had no objections. The 3 of them walked out of the room. Zhou Zhou quickly saw the corpse of the Sandman. Zhou Zhou was stunned at first glance. This was because he realized that this Sandman's corpse was very similar to the sand soldiers he had summoned with the Emperor of Sand's spatial ring. However, they did not have the standard equipment and weapons of the sand soldiers. Monster name, Sandman, strength level, Black Iron tier elementary grade, monster description, a monster from the blazing desert, born in the scarlet fog. It was once a subject of the Emperor of the Sand. After the Emperor of the Sand fell, it was converted by the Scarlet Lord to become his subject. Loot, for Black Iron tier mist core, drop rate, 100%, 1 kg dark iron sand crystal, drop rate, 10%, 1 Black Iron tier elementary grade sandification skill book, drop rate, 5%, 1 Black Iron tier elementary grade Sandman summoning skill book, drop rate, 2%. Chapter 40, Building Materials, Sand Crystal. Zhou Zhou's arrangement. They were once the subjects of the Sand Emperor. Zhou Zhou looked at the Sandman's corpse in surprise. He looked at the Emperor of Sand's spatial ring on his right hand, thinking that he was really fated with this Emperor of Sand. However, when Zhou Zhou saw the drop rate of this Sandman, he realized something. This kind of monster did not drop the soldier class change certificate nor the soldier recruitment book. I was right. Not all monsters drop military-related items. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he placed his hand on the corpse. A golden notification appeared. Do you want to retrieve the loot? Yes. The next second. Lord Talent hint, you have obtained these loot, for mist cores, black iron tier, 1 kilogram of sand crystal, black iron tier, 1 sandification skill book, black iron tier mist core, 1 sand summoning skill book, black iron tier elementary grade, Boxen OVL. COM whoosh. The loot dropped. It was relatively small compared to the desert fog lizard and the black-tailed fog scorpion, but he didn't think too much about it since there were skill books. Zhou began to check the loots. First, was a type of sand crystal that he had never seen before. It was a yellow prismatic crystal the size of a fingernail. It felt cold to the touch. Material name, sand crystal, material grade, black iron tier, material effect, iron-grade building materials produced in the desert can be added to other building materials, increasing the defense of completed buildings by 50%, earthquake resistance by 50%, and the effect of warm buildings in winter and cool buildings in summer by 1 point. Material description, a special material produced in a desert environment. Incorporating it into building materials will make the building stronger and more stable. It can also stabilize the temperature in the room so that it would not be affected by the temperature change outside. The moment Zhou saw the material, an idea immediately occurred to him. He had to protect the Sandman even if it was only because of the sand crystal material with its amazing construction effects. He was even willing to build a monster ranch for the Sandman. He had no choice. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert was huge, more than 20 degrees Celsius. If they wanted to live well in such an environment, sand crystals that could warm the room in winter and cool it in summer were simply too important to them. As for cruelty, he had no such concept. Even though the Sandman's name had the word man in it, they were essentially just desert elemental monsters condensed from the scarlet fog. To put it bluntly, it was just a ball of fog. The name Sandman was simply because it had similar limbs to humans. It was not human at all. Therefore, Zhou would not feel that he was cruel just because he killed a ball of fog. But I only have 1 origin crystal left. I cannot use it randomly. It might be used to upgrade the territory in the future after all. It would not be too late to build a Sandman's monster ranch when I have more origin crystals. Zhou thought. He kept the sand crystal and looked at the next item. Skill name, sand form, skill quality, black iron tier elementary grade, skill description, sandify a part of the body for 1 second. Immune to black iron tier physical damage. After 1 second, the sandified part of the body will return to its original state. Zhou nodded after reading it. It could make a part of his body invincible for a second. That sounded like a pretty slick skill. The only pity was that he was immune to black iron tier physical damage for only 1 second. The upper limit was a little low. Nonetheless, it was only a black iron tier elementary grade skill after all. Zhou could not ask for too much. He learned directly. Then, he looked at the next skill. Skill name, Summon Sandman, skill quality, black iron tier elementary grade, skill description, summoning type skill. Controls the sand element and condenses a black iron tier elementary grade Sandman that completely obeys your orders and has simple intelligence to fight for you. Zhou shook his head. It was a pity. The effect of black iron tier elementary grade skill was indeed average. This skill could only summon 1 Sandman. His ring allowed him to summon more advanced sand soldiers. Moreover, as long as he had enough mental strength, he could summon an unlimited number of them. The difference between the two was obvious. However, Zhou still lapped it up. In any case, there was no harm in having more skills. Moreover, after learning it, this skill would be considered his ability. It could be used without the help of external objects like the ring, so he could use it without worry. He put away the loot and returned to the Lord's wooden house. Zhou pondered for some time before he looked up at Bai Yi. Tomorrow morning, arrange for 20 members of the scout team to monitor the territory of that unfamiliar human lord. Try to confirm the existence of their lord. If you find anyone coming out of their territory, arrest them immediately and inform me. Yes, my lord. Bai Yi said respectfully. Zhou Zhou looked at Wu Tu again. Tomorrow, I will assign you a green bronze tier elementary grade soldier to guard your scout team. Your mission is to investigate the environment outside the blazing sun desert. It's best if you can make a map. If you discover an area where there are local forces, such as the territory of the Aurora Kingdom, focus on that area immediately. Let's try to investigate the situation there first. Zhou Zhou was still thinking about Linger's lucky situation. If only he could also encounter a local faction and obtain a large number of jobless subjects like Linger. Then the Sword Shield Soldier Class Change Certificate and Poison Crossbow Soldier Class Change Certificate that he had been holding on to would come in useful. At that time, his troops would welcome an unprecedented increase. Yes, my lord. Wu Tu agreed excitedly. Bai Yi and Wu Tu left. Zhang Tsang, who had cleared the monsters nearby and returned, also came over to report the results from his team. After half a day, they had killed a total of 132 desert fog lizards and 66 black-tailed fog scorpions. These monsters were all scattered throughout the entire blazing sun desert. They only found so many after searching for more than half a day. Zhou Zhou handed the map that Wu Tu had given him to Zhang Tsang. Make a copy of this map and return it to me. Tomorrow, follow the distribution of the monsters here and find and clean them up. We don't need any other monsters other than our domesticated monsters. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Zhang Tsang held the map as if it was a treasure. With this map, they did not need to look for monsters like headless flies. Then, Zhou Zhou followed Zhang Tsang to retrieve the loot. Half an hour later, all the loot had been extracted. Among the 198 monster carcasses, there were 128 black iron tier elementary grade iron, 46 black iron tier intermediate grade, and 24 black iron tier advanced grade corpses. After extracting the loots, he obtained a total of 632 black iron tier mist cores, 6,800 units of flesh, black iron tier elementary, intermediate and advanced grade, 299 kilograms water bag, 66 portions of black-tailed fog scorpions poison sacs. Black iron tier elementary, intermediate and advanced grade, 66 bottles of antidotes. Black iron tier elementary, intermediate and advanced grade, 113 sword shield soldier class change certificates. 39 sword shield soldier recruitment books, 99 poison crossbowman class change certificates. 31 poison crossbowman recruitment books, 6 black scorpion poison crossbows, 18 black iron tier advanced grade sand stealth books and 6 black iron tier advanced grade antidote formulas. After Zhou Zhou put away the loot, he went to the gate of summoning and used the recruitment books he had just obtained to summon 39 sword shield soldiers and 31 poison crossbow soldiers. He also asked them to report to Bai Yi. Now, he had 1,108 soldiers under him. At this moment, Zhao Changshu walked over from afar and arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. I've something to report, my lord. The second monster ranch is complete. There was a happy smile on his face. He participated in the construction of this special building and felt that he had benefited greatly. He could vaguely feel that he was going to become a white platinum tier advanced grade architect soon. Let's go take a look. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Zhao Changshu smiled and nodded as the two of them walked towards the new monster ranch. Chapter 41, published at 21st of December, 2022, 5:53 and 18 seconds AM. Chapter 41. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. 41. The fifth day. The first carpenter. Zhou Zhou and Zhao Changshu arrived at the second monster ranch in no time. This monster ranch was beside the desert fog lizard monster ranch. It was exactly the same as the monster ranch beside it, be it in terms of the architectural style or size. The only difference was, this monster range held black-tailed fog scorpions. Thank you both for your hard work. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. It's nothing. Special buildings are hard to come by. I'm more than happy to be able to preside over the construction of a special building even after I retire. Zhao Changshou looked at the building in front of him with a smile. He had presided over the construction of countless buildings of all sizes in the Aurora Kingdom throughout his life. However, very few of them were special buildings. From this, it could be seen how rare and precious special buildings were. Then, he thought of something and turned to Zhou Zhou. By the way, my lord. The first tailor shop in our territory was also built just over an hour ago. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Bao Xiuer's face appeared in his mind immediately. Speaking of which, he had been too busy recently and had not seen her much. However, from what others said, during this period of time, Bao Xiuer often repaired the soldiers' clothes. She was so busy that she could not be seen sometimes. It would indeed be difficult to find her unless she took the initiative to appear. Let's go take a look. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, my lord. Zhao Changshou said respectfully. A moment later. In front of the tailor shop. Zhou Zhou stood at the door and peered inside. The tailor shop had been tidied up. Not far away, Bao Xiuer was mending a coat seriously under a candle lamp. Her originally delicate and good-looking face looked even better under the candlelight. He opened her attribute panel. He realized that Bao Xiuer had advanced from a black iron tier advanced grade tailor to a green bronze tier elementary grade tailor. Zhou Zhou was not surprised at all. She was already talented. And yet she was still so hardworking. It would be unreasonable for her life profession level not to advance. He wanted to go over and greet her. However, looking at how focused she was, he quietly dismissed this plan. Let's return. Zhou Zhou said. Aren't you going in to talk to her? She often nags about you, my lord, whenever I meet her. Zhao Changshou stroked his beard and smiled. What does she nag about? Zhou Zhou was curious. She would be wondering why aren't my lord's clothes torn yet. Zhou Zhou was speechless. Can't she say something good about me? This little girl might just want to get closer to you, my lord. Zhao Changshou said respectfully. Zhou Zhou shook his head. He did not reply. Then, the two of them turned around and left without saying anything. Along the way, Zhou Zhou suddenly turned to look at the tailor shop. The candlelight there was still warm and gentle. It made his heart calm down. Zhou Zhou suddenly seemed to understand something. Maybe protecting such a heartwarming place in this chaotic world was also one of the reasons why lords like them existed. The next morning, the lord's wooden house. In the master bedroom, Zhou Zhou woke up in a daze. And then, he realized that he was trapped by the bed and could not get up. Zhou Zhou was helpless and could only open the world channel, planning to dive in it for a while. Then, his gaze was immediately attracted by the blood-red countdown at the top of the channel. Countdown, 73 hours, 26 minutes, 25 seconds. It's the 5th day already. Time flies. The Novice Lord test will be here in another 2 days. Zhou Zhou sighed. He looked at the Lord's comments. He realized that the other lords were also discussing the Novice Lord test. It's over. There are only 2 days left before the Novice Lord test. I'm so flustered. What should I do? Are you as anxious as me? I only have 10 soldiers under me now. The strongest amongst them is only a black iron tier intermediate grade spearman. Bro, you actually have 10 soldiers. I'm envious. Envy +1. Envy +2. Envy +10,086. At least you have soldiers. The subjects I summon from the gate of summoning are either jobless subjects or trashy life professionals. Not a single soldier has appeared. I haven't dared to leave the novice lord's protective barrier for the past 5 days. I've been relying on exchanging the products of life professionals in the marketplace for food to survive. Not a single soldier. What luck, life professionals are useful in the later stages. They are really not very useful in the early stages. I'm already prepared to give up my territory. A friend of mine, who has already given up his territory, told me that I will automatically become an adventurer and will also have professional strength as long as I give up my status as a lord for more than a day. However, I wouldn't be able to rely on soldiers to kill monsters to increase my strength like a lord. I have to kill monsters myself to increase my strength. It doesn't sound bad. I'm a little tempted. All of you can become adventurers. I will definitely pass the novice lord test. Adventurer? Zhou raised his eyebrows. It turned out that one could give up his status as a lord and would automatically become an adventurer. It sounded pretty good. They would not have to worry about the novice lord test then. A large group of lords will probably give up their status. Zhou pondered. As for him who had mastered 3 lord talents, he would not do too badly in the future. Naturally, he would not give up his status as a lord. He was not in the mood to continue sleeping. He simply got up and walked out of the lord's wooden house. He went to the gate of summoning and summoned his subjects for the day. Prompt, do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Zhou said. The next second. The gate of summoning suddenly lit up with white light, and 12 people walked out. Greetings, my lord, X12. The 12 of them said respectfully. Hello, everyone. From today onwards, you are the subjects of Blazing Sun City. Zhou said. Then, he looked at the 12 people. There were a total of 10 men and 2 women among these 12 people. 9 of them were unemployed subjects without any profession. As for the other 3 professionals, one of them was a middle-aged man with a black iron tier intermediate grade life professional. The other person was a little younger. He was a young man in his 20s and was a black iron tier elementary grade carpenter. This was also the first carpenter in his territory. The last person was a black iron tier advanced grade doctor, a white-haired female elder. Zhou opened the interface information of the black iron tier elementary grade carpenter. Subject, Zhuingluan, territory, Blazing Sun City, life profession, carpenter, profession class, black iron tier intermediate grade, ability overview, from the Aurora Kingdom's Canal Village. He has inherited carpentry skills from his elders since he was young. He is meticulous and patient. He knows how to make some simple and common furniture and daily necessities and yearns for life in the outside world. Skills, woodworking skill, simple furniture, black iron tier elementary grade, woodworking skill, simple farming tool, black iron tier elementary grade, woodworking skill, small wooden cart, black iron tier elementary grade, woodworking skill, water cart, black iron tier intermediate grade, incomplete, loyalty, 75, potential, white silver tier advanced grade. Zhou nodded. He was quite satisfied. Even though his potential was average. The carpentry skills he learned were very practical. Especially the craftsmanship of making furniture and small wooden carts. The newly built residences needed furniture. His loot transport team also needed small wooden carts. With this young man around, in the future, he would not have to buy these things at the marketplace. As for the remaining 9 people, Zhou thought for a moment. He did not arrange for them to change their profession to military professions. Instead, he arranged for them to be assigned to Zhao Changshu to increase the number of builders so that they could build houses faster. There were only 6 new residences in his territory. However, there were already more than 1,000 residents. It could be said that Zhao Changshu and Elder Zhao lacked the most hands. As for the army, 10 more or 10 less people would not make much difference anyway. It was better to leave these people to Zhao Changshou and Elder Zhao. After arranging everything, he took Nazario to the monster ranch. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 42 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Nazario's Breakthrough. In front of the monster ranch, Mu Gu immediately emerged to welcome Zhou Zhou. He looked around and realized that the two monster ranches were already filled with desert fog lizards and black-tailed fog scorpions. My lord. I nurtured a total of 500 desert fog lizards and 500 black-tailed fog scorpions in these two monster ranches through the night. Among them are 244 black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizards, 235 black iron tier intermediate grade desert fog lizards, and 21 elite black iron tier advanced grade desert fog lizards. There are also 186 black iron tier elementary grade, 308 black iron tier intermediate grade, and 6 elite black iron tier advanced grade black-tailed fog scorpions. Mu Gu only realized that his lord had not brought Bai Yi and the others along this time after he spoke. He froze. However, he believed that the lord had his own intentions, so he did not ask further. That was indeed the case. Boxen OVL. COM, today, I plan to use the monsters in these monster ranches to upgrade my pet. Zhou Zhou continued. Just release them in batches as usual. According to the information Bai Yi and the others had obtained, the regional Scarlet Lord was at White Silver Tier elementary grade. Zhou Zhou was confident that his Nazario should be able to win against this White Silver Tier elementary grade Scarlet Lord. However, he felt that he could still increase the odds. For example, if his Nazario could advance to White Silver Tier grade, wouldn't it trash that White Silver Tier elementary grade Scarlet Lord? That was why he did not bring Bai Yi and the others to the monster ranch this time. He planned to let Nazario monopolize the advancement energy of these two monster ranches today. Mu Gu nodded respectfully when he heard Zhou Zhou's words. Then, he began to release the first batch of 10 black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizards. Go on. Remember not to burn the bodies. Your master still has to retrieve the loot. When you advance to White Silver Tier grade, he'll reward you with 100 black iron tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou looked at Nazario beside him. At this moment, Nazario was already as tall as an adult. Its growth speed was astonishing. It immediately cried out excitedly when it heard Zhou Zhou's words. Then, it flew in front of the 10 desert fog lizards and looked down at them excitedly. The next second, it pounced forward and fought the 10 desert fog lizards head-on. Nazario remembered its master's words. Don't destroy the corpses of these fog monsters. Therefore, it did not use its magma dragon breath. Instead, it relied purely on its physical strength to deal with these fog monsters. How terrifying was the physical body of a pure-blooded dragon. Even if Nazario was only a young dragon, desert fog lizards would still be injured and die if they came into contact with its body. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he nodded secretly. At this moment, a gentle energy suddenly enveloped in his heart. Then, it instantly surged into his limbs, bones, and soul, greatly strengthening them. Zhou Zhou was stunned. I broke through. He reacted and immediately opened his lord's personal information. That was indeed the case. In the strength class column, his strength had already risen from black iron tier advanced grade to green bronze tier elementary grade. I've finally broken through. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. He did not know if it was because his status as a lord was special and needed more advancement energy. Bai Yi and the others had long broken through to the green bronze tier elementary grade, while he remained at that same grade. It was hard enough to watch others advance when he did not. Fortunately, he still broke through in the end. After that, Zhou Zhou collected the loot while watching Nazario destroy the desert fog lizards. When it killed about 70 to 80 desert fog lizards, Nazario suddenly let out an impatient dragon roar and rushed past Mugu into the desert fog lizard's monster ranch. When the surrounding 400 desert fog lizards saw this monster they had never seen before charge in, they immediately prepared to attack Nazario with ferocious expressions. The next second, roar! A young but domineering dragon roar sounded. Dragon might instantly erupted. All of the desert fog lizards immediately stood on the spot in fear, unable to move. Nazario sneezed proudly when it saw this scene. Then, it began to kill these helpless desert fog lizards like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. When Zhou Zhou, who was originally a little worried, saw this scene, a smile immediately appeared on his face. This dragon might effect is a little ridiculous. I underestimated it when I asked Mugu to release them in batches of 10. He was no longer worried. He sat down again and continued to retrieve the loot. A moment later, Nazario, which had just slaughtered the entire desert fog lizard monster ranch, suddenly raised its head and roared. Its voice was like the roar of a heavenly dragon, resounding through the world. Zhou Zhou seemed to have sensed something and immediately stood up. Wisps of blood-red-hot fire elements condensed into an elemental flow that appeared out of thin air around Nazario, making it look like a dragon god in flames. Then, a portion of the elemental flow seemed to have been summoned and fused into Nazario's body. Another portion formed a ferocious armor made of lava on the surface of its body. During the integration process, Nazario's body also began to increase at a visible speed. 2 meters. 3 meters, 4 meters, 6 meters. Nazario's body only slowly stopped growing after it grew to more than 6 meters tall. Then, the advancement phenomenon around it slowly disappeared. At the same time, a series of text notifications appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Congratulations, your pet, the lava dragon, has broken through to white silver tier elementary grade. The magma dragon breath of the lava dragon has been strengthened. The lava dragon's dragon might has been strengthened. The lava dragon has comprehended the growth type draconic spell, elementary fire elemental control, from draconic magic mastery. The lava dragon has awakened the lava armor from the inheritance of the dragons. The lava dragon's epic tier elemental immunity and epic tier physical immunity awakening rate has increased from 1% to 3%. Zhou Zhou was also extremely surprised. Nazario actually obtained so many benefits from just a breakthrough to white silver tier grade. As expected of a pure-blooded dragon. The next second, he saw Nazario turn and look at him eagerly. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he reacted and happily took out 100 black iron tier mist cores from his spatial ring. Then, he thought for a moment and took out another 900 black iron tier mist cores. Nazario's eyes lit up. It stared at the 1000 black iron tier mist cores. Elementary fire elemental control. Whoosh! The 1000 black iron tier mist cores suddenly ignited with flames out of thin air. Then, they melted into wisps of fiery red energy and flew into its mouth. It smacked its lips, looking extremely satisfied. Normally speaking, I should have fed you with white silver tier mist cores after you broke through to the white silver tier elementary grade. But I don't see any white silver tier monsters now. So I'm compensating you with more black iron tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou said. Nazario nodded like a human and flew straight to the territory of the black-tailed fog scorpion. Roar! It looked down at these monsters and growled. The white silver tier dragon might instantly swept through the entire monster ranch. More than half of the 500 black-tailed fog scorpions were directly knocked out. The remaining black-tailed fog scorpions were even more ridiculous. They died and fell to the ground. My good boy, Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. So this is the strength of a pure-blooded dragon after breaking through. Chapter 43 White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade Hidden Mission. Nazario's speed of dealing with the black-tailed fog scorpion was clearly faster after it was promoted to White Silver Tier Elementary Grade. In less than a moment, all 500 black-tailed fog scorpions died under its sharp claws. Then, it immediately flew in front of Zhou Zhou and looked at him with a proud expression. Well done. After Zhou Zhou praised it, he subconsciously wanted to hug it like before. However, he gave up on this idea in the end and looked regretfully at its 6-meter-tall body. No wonder people often say that children are no longer cute when they grow up. In the time that followed, Zhou Zhou began to extract the loot from the bodies of these fog monsters. Boxen OVL. COM during this period. Bai Yi also left Blazing Sun City with 20 members of the reconnaissance team to monitor the territory of the unfamiliar human lord. Wu Tu led the remaining 30 members of the reconnaissance team and a green bronze tier elementary grade sword shield soldier to explore the surrounding environment of the Blazing Sun Desert. Under Zhou Zhou's orders, Zhang Tsang left 100 soldiers to help Zhao Changshou build houses, a carpenter workshop, warehouses, and other buildings. Then, he led the remaining 900-odd people to clean up the remaining monsters in the Blazing Sun Desert according to the map he had created yesterday. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. More than an hour later, all 1,000 loot were extracted from the monster corpses. He obtained a total of 3,245 black iron tier mist cores, 33,020 units of flesh, black iron tier elementary, intermediate and advanced grade, 1,159 kilograms water bags, 500 portions of the black-tailed fog scorpion's poison sacs, black iron tier elementary, intermediate and advanced grade, 500 bottles of antidotes. Black iron tier elementary, intermediate and advanced grade, 521 sword shield soldier class change certificates. 256 sword shield soldier recruitment books. 506 poison crossbowman class change certificates. 314 poison crossbowman recruitment books. 21 black iron tier advanced grade sand stealth techniques. 6 black scorpion poison crossbows. 6 black iron tier advanced grade antidote formulas. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied looking at the loots. Having a stable income every day was very comfortable. Moreover, as the monster ranch was gradually upgraded, it was foreseeable that his stable income would increase. Then, Zhou Zhou brought 256 sword shield soldier recruitment books and 314 poison crossbow soldier recruitment books to the gate of summoning and threw them all in. The next second, sword shield soldiers and poison crossbow soldiers walked out one after another. After bowing respectfully to Zhou Zhou, they silently came behind him and began to line up. A moment later, a total of 570 soldiers stood neatly behind Zhou Zhou. He turned around and looked at the 570 people in front of him, feeling a little emotional. Actually, logically speaking, as a white silver tier lord talent, the monster ranch would not have played such a ridiculous role. Even if the other lords could obtain this lord talent, they would have an exclusive leveling spot that belonged to his faction at the very best. Or it could be used to try to specially drop a certain loot. Other than that, it was not very useful. However, his 100% drop rate had developed this ordinary white silver tier lord talent to a level close to a diamond tier lord talent. It had to be said that his legendary tier lord talent was quite useful and compatible with everything. He stopped thinking about it. Zhou Zhou looked at the 570 people and wondered if he should attack the Sandman Lord. Now, the total number of soldiers under his command has reached 1,678. Coupled with Nazario, which had already advanced to the white silver tier elementary grade. If they took the initiative to attack, it was very likely that they could defeat the regional Scarlet Lord faction. At that time, he would be able to deal with the enemy suspected to be a human lord. Then he could officially control the entire Blazing Sun Desert. This was naturally very tempting to Lord Zhou. However, he entertained the thought for only a moment and then temporarily suppressed it. I have to fortify my forces. If we act so rashly now, there will probably be relatively large casualties even if we win. When the number of soldiers breaks through to 2,000, my military strength will be twice that of the monster subjects under the Sandman Lord. Adding my white silver tier elementary grade Nazario, I should be able to take down them with the least casualties at that time. Zhou thought. After thinking it through, he asked the 570 soldiers to help Elder Zhao build a house while he returned to the Lord's wooden house. More than an hour later, Linger sent a message saying that the medicinal herbs had been nurtured. Thus, Zhou used 350 sword shield soldier class change certificates to trade for 800 sets of life potion materials, 800 sets of energy potion materials, 800 sets of golden corpse water potion materials, 800 sets of blood eye potion materials, and 300 sets of antidote raw materials. After the transaction, Linger even said that she had already begun to use the divine herb garden to nurture the medicinal herbs needed for the blood cleansing pill. However, it would take 2 days to cultivate the medicinal herbs needed for the blood cleansing pill since most of them were green bronze tier medicinal herbs. Zhou could tell at this moment that she was specially nurturing the medicinal herbs he wanted. But he didn't mind. If she could really satisfy his medicinal herbs needs, he wouldn't have to buy them from the exchange every day. That would save him the trouble. Moreover, she had such a strong lord talent. He also wanted to help her grow as much as possible. This way, he could repay her in the future. Zhou could not help but ask how many refugees had arrived at her place today to become her subjects. Linger happily said that 53 refugees had come. Zhou had mixed feelings. This Linger. She could add dozens of subjects every day just by accepting refugees from local forces and summoning subjects from the Gate of Summoning. As expected, the Lord Talent could not decide everything. It would only give the Lord a good starting point. Luck, opportunities. They are all factors to determine the strength of a lord. Lords who did not have lord talents might still be able to rise to become powerful lords in the end. At this moment, she sent a message. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother Blazing Sun, do you have a tailor? Lord of the Blazing Sun, yes, why? Spiritual Medicine Lord, can I ask the tailor in Big Brother's territory to help me mend a teddy bear? The clothes on Linger's teddy bear are a little tattered. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Linger can pay you. I won't let that tailor work for nothing. Zhou could not help but laugh. It is such a small matter. She is still a child indeed. Lord of the Blazing Sun, give it to me. There's no need for the remuneration. It's just a teddy bear. It's nothing. Spiritual Medicine Lord, thank you Big Brother Blazing Sun. She then sent a transaction request. After Zhou agreed, a slightly tattered brown teddy bear appeared in his hand. Zhou took a look and realized that the fabric on its chest was torn. He went straight to the tailor shop to look for Bao Xiu'er. At the tailor shop, the fabric on this bear has become a little brittle over time. In addition, it has been held very often so it's damaged. It's easy to mend. But it's better to change the fabric. Bao Xiu'er said. Zhou asked for Linger's opinion. He asked Bao Xiu'er to change the fabric after receiving confirmation. It took half an hour before Bao Xiu'er handed the brand new teddy bear to Zhou. After he returned it to Linger, she seemed to be very happy. Spiritual Medicine Lord, wow, that tailor has such deft hands. The teddy looks exactly the same as when Mom and Dad gave it to Linger. Spiritual Medicine Lord, thank you Big Brother Blazing Sun. Spiritual Medicine Lord, this little bear is the only thing I still have from my parents when I came to this world. It's also my most precious treasure. I feel that my parents are still by my side with it. Spiritual medicine lord, they'll bring the little bear to look for mom and dad when Linger becomes a very powerful lord in the future. Zhou Zhou was stunned when he saw this. So this teddy meant so much to her. He silently retracted his words that she was still a child. Lord of the Blazing Sun, you will definitely find your parents. Spiritual medicine lord, thank you, big brother. At this moment. Is that teddy bear the Lord's child? Bao Xiu'er asked curiously. It's not. Zhou Zhou was speechless. Bao Xiu'er's smile became even brighter. How does it feel here? Zhou Zhou asked casually. It's pretty good. There are a lot of tools and fabrics. It'll be much easier to make clothes in the future. Bao Xiu'er replied. Zhou Zhou nodded. This was the magical thing about blueprint buildings. The corresponding tools would automatically appear inside as long as it was completed. The tailor shop was one of such buildings. The medical center, blacksmith shop, carpenter shop, and other buildings were also the same. When the building upgrades in the future, the tools inside would also be upgraded and increased. There would even be some special building effects. A building built without blueprints would be like an empty house. He would have to buy all kinds of tools and buy them himself. There would not even be any construction effects. This was the difference between self-built buildings and blueprint buildings. If only my teacher was here. She's gonna love this place. I wonder how his teacher is doing now. Bao Xiu'er missed her teacher. Suddenly, she looked at Zhou Zhou and hesitated for a moment before saying, my lord. If we go to Fish Spring Town in the future, can I bring my teacher here too? Teacher is a white platinum tier elementary grade tailor. She's much better than me. As soon as she finished speaking, a mission interface appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Your subject, Bao Xiu'er, has issued you a request mission. Mission name, Master and Disciple Reunion, Mission Quality, White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade, Obscure, Mission Description, Bao Xiu'er has missed her teacher for a long time and wants to reunite with her teacher. It said that her teacher, Zhongli, is in Fish Spring Town. Why don't you take a look when you have time? Mission Reward, a White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade tailor becomes a subject of the territory. Bao Xiu'er's loyalty to increase to the level of a dead loyal subject. 100 White Platinum Tier Mist Cores. Hidden Mission Activation Requirement, 1 Bao Xiu'er's loyalty level is above 90, 2 Bao Xiu'er owns her own tailor shop. 3 The entrustee of the mission is a trustworthy person in Bao Xiu'er's heart. Zhou Zhou was stunned. There are even missions in the High Continent. Chapter 44 Collecting Aurora Crystals. Human Lord. It's a hidden mission. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. In other words, were there ordinary missions too? Moreover, the rewards for this White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade hidden mission were rich enough. Zhou Zhou was a little envious. Fish Spring Town, that name sounds familiar. Zhou Zhou pondered. A moment later, he suddenly reacted. He remembered seeing this Fish Spring Town in Wuxia skill list. He had also drawn a regional map of Fish Spring Town. Boxen OVL. Wu2 might know where the Fish Spring Town is. I can ask him when he comes back. Zhou Zhou thought. In the time that followed, Zhou Zhou was not idle. He began to try to obtain missions from his other subjects after knowing the existence of the mission. In the end, he only received an ordinary mission after busying himself for the entire morning. Everyone needed his help in some way, but they could not trigger an official mission. The only other ordinary mission was obtained from Zhao Changshou and Elder Zhao. Mission name, Collect Aurora Crystals, Mission Quality, Green Bronze Tier Advanced Grade, Normal, Mission Description, Zhao Changshu found out about the predicament in 2 days and suggested to you to build a green bronze tier elementary grade Aurora Tower. Gather 10 units of Aurora crystals and build the first kingdom-level building in the first layer of the Blazing Sun. Mission reward, 1 green bronze tier advanced grade Aurora Tower, 50 green bronze tier mist cores, and Zhao Changshu's loyalty will increase to 90 points. Zhou Zhou looked at this ordinary mission thoughtfully. It was still the Aurora crystal. Actually, he had been trying to collect Aurora crystals in the exchange for a long time. However, this material was really rare. After so long, he had yet to receive a single unit of Aurora crystal. However, not all was lost. A lord took the initiative to look for Zhou Zhou through the exchange and proposed to trade 20 units of black iron tier elementary grade desert fog lizard meat for information on the Aurora crystal. After Zhou Zhou agreed, he learned the source of the Aurora crystal from the other party. It turned out that these Aurora crystals were not natural ores like iron ore, copper ore, and mithril ore. It was born in the body of the Aurora race. It was an important energy core equivalent to the mist core. Only people of the Aurora race at the green bronze tier and above could give birth to Aurora crystals after death. Therefore, in the Aurora kingdom, Aurora crystals were an important resource that the upper echelons of the kingdom regarded as a strategic resource. Commoners were explicitly forbidden from trading them. Therefore, there were very few Aurora crystals that could be circulated. This was also why Zhou Zhou had never been able to obtain Aurora crystals. Whether it's collecting Aurora crystals, or completing Bao Xiuer's hidden mission, both require me to make a trip to the Aurora kingdom myself. Zhou Zhou thought. However, this was a little risky. He had to be prepared before he could go. At this moment, Linger sent a message. Spiritual Medicine Lord, Big Brother Blazing Sun, the World Channel seems to be discussing you. It seems that a lord has been captured by your subordinates and is crying for help on the World Channel. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Then, he immediately opened the World Channel. That was indeed the case. The World Channel was filled with discussions about him and the captured lord. This lord was called Lord Mighty. He said that he and the soldiers had gone out to look for monsters, but they were captured alive by a group of soldiers riding strange alchemy birds. When he read the information of this group of soldiers, he realized that these soldiers were the soldiers of the famous Lord of the Blazing Sun. This Lord Mighty was crazily begging the other lords to think of a way to get him out of this dangerous situation. The other lords also expressed their opinions. I suggest that you surrender directly, give up your status as a lord, and take the initiative to become a subject of Big Boss Blazing Sunday. This way, he might let you live on account that we are of the same race. Actually, to be honest, since the two of you are connected by geography, the two of you will fight sooner or later unless neither of you wants to expand your territory. There's no luck in the battle for the Overlord. I thought Big Boss Blazing Sun had the same non-human combat power as the Dragon Lady. I didn't expect him to be developing alchemy technology. Can alchemy technology allow the human race to be so fierce? I didn't expect Big Boss Blazing Sun to rise to power with human soldiers. I'm a fan of Big Boss Blazing Sun just based on this alone. We're all from the Cerulean planet. Why must we fight? What does Lord of the Blazing Sun mean by capturing Lord Mighty? Is he going to kill his fellow countrymen? Maybe. I think the Lord of the Blazing Sun is a person who will do anything to develop his own power. Just look at his profiteering behavior previously. Lord Mighty is probably going to suffer. If the Lord of the Blazing Sun really does this, I'll blacklist him for the rest of my life. Why do I meet such saintly bitches everywhere? Lord Mighty, but I don't want to die. I don't want to lose my status as a lord either. I've never done anything bad. Why do I encounter such a thing? TSK, I've long since stopped wanting to be a lord who could lose his head at any time. If I were you, I would directly give up my status as a lord and cozy up to the Lord of the Blazing Sun. I think so too. It's too dangerous to be a lord. It might as well be a subject of a powerful lord. It seemed that Bai Yi and the others had really captured that human lord. Moreover, it was really a lord of their cerulean planet. Zhou Zhou pondered after reading it. He had long expected the opinions expressed by these lords. Therefore, he did not let Bai Yi and the others kill them directly. Instead, he chose to capture them. He did not expect that it actually caused a commotion among the lords of the cerulean planet. Zhou Zhou did not panic. With his current strength, he was not afraid at all unless hundreds of lords jointly attacked him. But we still have to prepare early. Zhou Zhou thought. Half an hour later, Bai Yi and the others were back with 8 soldiers who were taken prisoner, but they stood outside the novice lord's protective barrier and protected them for the time being. That was because the captives could not be brought through the novice lord's protective barrier. After Zhou Zhou found out, he first turned on the world channel's recording function before going out to see them. "My lord, I didn't disappoint you," Bai Yi said respectfully. "Well done," Zhou Zhou praised. Then, his gaze swept across the 8 captives and quickly found Lord Mighty. This Lord Mighty was about 20 years old. He looked ordinary and was wearing archery equipment. However, his bows and arrows had already been taken away. At this moment, he was looking at Zhou Zhou in silence, a look of unwillingness flashing across the depths of his eyes. The mission panel information appeared in front of him. Lord title, Mighty Lord, Territory, World City, Soldier Type, Archer, Strength Level, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade, Ability Overview, a human lord from the cerulean planet who was lucky enough to obtain an Archer class change certificate and became an archer. He yearns for the legendary position of the Overlord. Skill, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade Archery, Loots, for Black Iron Tier Mist Cores, Drop Rate, 100%, 1 Gradeless Archer Class Change Certificate, Drop Rate, 0, 1%, 6 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Drop Rate, 0%, Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally, his idea was that he could spare his life if his attitude was good and was willing to become his subject. But now, he saw that he yearned for the legendary position of the Overlord in his ability overview. Coupled with what he said on the World Channel, he suddenly realized something. This person would probably not be so willing to give up his status as a lord and become his subject. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and quickly had an idea. Chapter 45 Lord Mighty's True Colors. Personally killed. Big Boss Blazing Sunday. We're from the same cerulean planet after all. Can you let me go? I promise I won't come over and provoke you for the rest of my life. Zheng Huaiba, who was Lord Mighty, endured the humiliation and said, "Our territories are in the blazing sun desert. We will collide sooner or later if we continue to develop like this. At that time, there will be a battle. How can I let you go?" Zhou Zhou said calmly. "I can give up my territory, my status as a lord, and become your subject. Is that okay?" When Zheng Huaiba heard Zhou Zhou's words, he immediately panicked and said hurriedly, "Boxen OVL. COM." Zhou Zhou looked at him deeply. "Not everyone can join my territory. You can join my territory if you want, but I have to see if your nature is good or bad before I can judge if you can join my territory or not. How about this? Take us to your territory. Call the people in your territory out and let me ask them how you did in your territory. If you satisfy me, I can let you join my territory and be protected by me. If your performance is average, or even poor, then you're on your own," he said calmly. His territory did not need bad seeds. Zhou Zhou did not mind letting him off if the other party was really a good person. He also wanted to see how a lord turned into an adventurer. Panic flashed across Zheng Huaiba's eyes, but he gritted his teeth and nodded in the end. Half an hour later. Outside World City. Zhou Zhou looked at the few ordinary buildings in the novice lord's protective barrier and asked Zheng Huaiba to call for help. Zheng Huaiba wanted to run back to his territory immediately, but his gut feeling told him that if he dared to run, he would definitely die faster than he could run. He could only stand 40 to 50 meters outside the novice lord's protective barrier and shout for all his subjects to come out. A moment later. The 18 subjects walked out of World City and looked fearfully at the people on the Mechanostrider and their previous lord, Lord Mighty. They were thin and weak, their faces pale, and their lips trembling. They looked malnourished. I've captured your lord who wants to become a subject of my blazing sun city. But not everyone can be my subject. Now, tell me, what does your Lord Mighty usually do? What good deeds has he done? What bad deeds has he committed? These will determine whether he becomes my subject or my prisoner. Don't lie. I have a way to be sure if you're telling the truth. If you dare to lie, know that I won't show mercy. Zhou Zhou glared at these subjects. But the fierceness in his eyes faded a little when he glanced at a timid 6 or 7-year-old girl. Yeah, tell him about it, about how I usually treat you. I'm usually very good to you, right? Lord Mighty looked at the 18 subjects and smiled. Towards the end, a ferocious glint suddenly appeared in his eyes, but disappeared in an instant. However, the 18 subjects who saw this scene still trembled slightly. Sir, our Lord is usually very good to us. A middle-aged man stood up and said fawningly. Sir, our Lord has done no bad deeds. He's very beloved by us. A woman also stood up. Sir, please let our Lord become your subject. That's right, sir. At that time, more than 10 subjects stood up and said. Zheng Huaiba heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Zhou Zhou, who was behind him, looked at these people calmly. Then, he suddenly noticed an old man in the corner. He hugged his grandson tightly and looked at this scene with a bitter expression. His grandson also looked at this scene in confusion. Old man. Come and tell me about it. Zhou Zhou suddenly said to the old man. The old man was stunned. Then, he trembled and walked out. He looked at everyone before looking at Lord Mighty. Our Lord is very good. The old man lowered his head. Good in what way? Zhou Zhou asked. The old man opened his mouth and was stunned for a moment. He's a bad guy. He's a big bad guy. At this moment, his grandson beside the old man suddenly pointed at Lord Mighty with red eyes and shouted. He took my elder sister away. And she never came back. The same happened to 2 other girls. They were all taken away by this bad guy and a few soldiers. And then they never came back. Grandpa said that they will never come back. The child shouted with red eyes. The child is insensible. He's spouting nonsense. Big boss blazing sun, don't listen to his nonsense. Zheng Huaiba explained with a pale face. Bang! The old man beside his grandson suddenly knelt on the ground and wailed weakly. The other subjects looked at him with complicated expressions. You're saying he's spouting nonsense? Then he'll check. Zhou Zhou looked at him coldly. His eyes suddenly lit up. Mental manipulation. The next second, Lord Mighty stood rooted to the ground in confusion. Let me ask you. Is what the child said true? How are the 3 girls now? Zhou Zhou asked coldly. What he said is true. We've already killed those 3 girls. Zheng Huaiba said in a daze. With that, the faces of the 7 soldiers pressed down behind Zhou Zhou suddenly turned pale. I'll kill you. The old man ran towards Zheng Huaiba in a craze and punched and kicked him. Zhou Zhou got someone to pull him away when he ran out of strength. Then, he asked, who else did these evil deeds with you? Zheng Huaiba raised his hand and pointed at the 7 soldiers behind Zhou Zhou. When the 7 soldiers saw this, they immediately knelt down with pale faces. "My lord, please spare our lives. We are willing to serve the Lord until we die. My lord. Don't kill me. I can help my lord kill the fog monsters. I'm very valuable." The 7 of them knelt and begged for mercy. "These bastards, kill them." Zhou Zhou asked coldly. "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 sword-shield soldiers raised their swords and slashed down, turning these 7 people into headless corpses. At this moment, Zheng Huaiba had already been removed from the mental manipulation and woke up. He panicked when he saw this. "You can't kill me. I'm a cerulean planet lord and your fellow countryman. Aren't you afraid that the lords of the world channel will poke your backbone if you kill me for these natives of the high continent? Are you worthy?" Zhou Zhou looked at him coldly. Zheng Huaiba immediately turned around and ran in the direction of the novice lord's protective barrier, seeing the situation sour. The light of hope in his eyes became brighter and brighter, seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the novice protective barrier. At this moment, puff! Zheng Huaiba suddenly froze on the spot. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the arrowhead that had pierced through his chest in disbelief. The wisp of black poison luster was especially eye-catching on the crossbow. Zheng Huaiba fell to the ground weakly. Not far behind him, Zhou Zhou put away the black scorpion poison crossbow calmly. "You have killed a cerulean planet's human race, Lord Mighty. Promotion energy +2. Loots condensed. World City has become ownerless. The novice lord's protective barrier has disappeared. You can plunder or occupy this territory." At the same time, the lords who were paying attention to this matter on the World Channel suddenly realized that the name of Lord Mighty in their friend list had suddenly dimmed. After discovering this, the lords on the World Channel immediately exploded. Chapter 46: The Fourth Lord Talent. World City. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to have quietened down. These subjects of World City did not seem to expect their lord to die so easily in front of them. They were immediately delighted. Good riddance to bad rubbish. This nightmare is finally over. I finally don't have to endure his bullying in the future. Great. A few World City subjects looked at Zheng Huaiba's corpse with expressions of satisfaction. However, there were also a portion of World City's subjects who looked at Zhou Zhou nervously. Boxen OVL. They were the people who had just put in a good word for Zheng Huaiba. They were afraid that this ferocious lord would turn around and deal with them now that Zheng Huaiba was dead. Then, they saw Zhou Zhou look at them. "Let's just let bygones be bygones. Join Blazing Sun City and become my subject. I can let bygones be bygones," he said calmly. He understood that these people were probably bullied and coerced, so they said those heartless words. They were all pitiful people. Zhou Zhou naturally would not punish them. "We are willing to join Blazing Sun City and become your most loyal subjects." They knelt down and said in fear. The old man also pulled his grandson to his knees. A line of text appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. 18 refugees request to join your territory and become your subjects. Do you agree? After Zhou Zhou agreed, he let them get up first before checking their personal information. 12 of the 18 subjects were ordinary people. Among the remaining 6 people, there was a black iron tier elementary grade doctor, 3 black iron tier elementary grade blacksmiths, a black iron tier intermediate grade chef, and a black iron tier advanced grade architect. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied after reading them. They were all talents that his territory needed. Now that he had more subjects under his command, his need for lifestyle professionals increased. These 6 lifestyle professionals could slightly resolve his urgent needs. Even though there were not many people. But it was better than nothing. And he realized something else. That was, these people were especially loyal to him. Most of them were above 70 points. Especially the old man and the child. Their loyalty to him was 95 points and 98 points. Zhou roughly understood why their loyalty was so high. Therefore, he did not say much. After that, he dripped a drop of golden corpse water on Lord Mighty's corpse and asked Bai Yi and the others to bring it back to the territory later. He was still recording, therefore, he could not extract the loot from Lord Mighty's body for the time being. Then, Zhou led everyone into World City. Bai Yi and the others quickly found the resource storage point of World City being led by these subjects. They obtained a total of 500 units of wood, 400 units of stone, 200 units of metal, and 350 units of fine sand. There were also 22 black iron tier mist cores. There were also more than 20 units of black iron tier elementary grade black-tailed fog scorpion meat. The loots were pitifully small. It was far inferior to the gains he had obtained in the territory of the Scarlet Lord. Zhou had expected this. How could a human lord's territory that had only developed for 5 days compare to the Scarlet Lord that had developed for an unknown period of time? My lord. I know that the person who just died built a residence as his harem. The 3 girls they tortured to death should be inside. A wretched-looking young man walked over and said respectfully. Zhou took a look. He realized that he was the only black iron tier advanced grade architect here. The other party seemed to have seen through the meaning in Zhou's eyes and immediately knelt on the ground in fear. My lord, please spare me. Even though I'm the architect who built the residences, but I really didn't know they would use it in this way. If I knew they would use it this way, I wouldn't have built it for him even if I died. Zhou shook his head. I told you. The past is in the past. And the other subjects didn't accuse you of anything bad. I'm sure you had to build it for them because you had no choice. My lord is wise. The black iron tier advanced grade architect was stunned for a moment before he was so touched that he cried. Zhou was speechless. Then, he asked him to bring him to the so-called harem. After arriving, Zhou realized that this place was actually locked. Fortunately, the subject had a key. After opening the door, the stench of rotting corpses assaulted Zhou's face, almost suffocating him. He suppressed the stench of corpses and looked inside. In the end, he saw the corpses of 3 women who were already filled with maggots. This tragic scene stunned Zhou on the spot. He only came back to his senses after some time. He got Bai Yi to come over to arrange for someone to clean up the 3 corpses and bury them properly. He would tell the grandfather and grandson after the burial. Bai Yi received the order and left. After that, Zhou brought 5 sword-shield soldiers to the Lord's wooden house. After carefully searching this place and discovering that there was no loot, he placed his gaze on the black iron tier intermediate grade territory stone tablet. He got the 5 sword-shield soldiers to start slashing at this territory stone tablet. A moment later, the territory tablet was shattered. A black iron tier intermediate grade territory token appeared in front of him. Zhou placed his hand on it. A text notification appeared. Receive the territory token? Yes. Zhou said. The next second. Click. The black iron tier advanced grade territory token immediately fell into his hands. It's the 3rd black iron tier territory token. I can upgrade my territory when I get back. He looked at the territory token and smiled. Zhou had a faint premonition. His territory would probably change greatly from black iron tier advanced grade to green bronze tier elementary grade. After confirming that there was no other loot to take away from this territory, Zhou led everyone back to Blazing Sun City. Not long after they set off. Zhou Zhou saw the little boy jogging to his side, ignoring his grandfather's objection. He looked up at Zhou Zhou, his eyes flickering with an unprecedented light. "Big brother, are you a hero? My grandfather said that heroes are existences that stand up to save people when they are in the most danger, afraid, and in need of help. Big brother, you must be a hero, right?" he asked expectantly. Ever since his sister disappeared, his grandfather and him had been living in darkness. At this moment, in their hearts, the new lord who had saved his grandfather and him was the hero in his grandfather's stories. Zhou Zhou shook his head and laughed. "I'm not. I don't believe you." The boy shook his head. "I'm just an ordinary person who wants to work hard to live and protect those subjects who entrusted their future to me," Zhou Zhou said. The boy blinked. Half an hour later. Blazing Sun City. Zhou Zhou asked the kitchen to prepare food and let these new subjects fill their stomachs after returning. He could tell that these people had been hungry for a long time. Then, he returned to the lord's wooden house and first extracted the loot from Zheng Huaiba's corpse. The loots were not of much value, except for the most important 6 black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou took out the 6 new black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments and the 8 black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments he had obtained from the black-tailed fog scorpion leader previously. He put them all together. A hazy black iron light appeared. At the same time, a line of golden words also appeared. 10 black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments are discovered. Do you want to fuse them into a black iron tier lord talent origin divine crystal? Yes. Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. The next second, a black iron light flashed. A thumb-sized hexagonal black iron crystal appeared in front of him. It was surrounded by a black iron light belt that was like a ring of stars. It looked quite magical. Beside him were the remaining 4 black iron tier lord talent crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou picked up the hexagonal black iron crystal. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal, Treasure Grade, Black Iron Tier, Treasure Effect 1, after absorbing it, the Lord will randomly awaken a Black Iron Tier Lord Talent. Treasure Effect 2, Talent Advancement. Since this Lord's Talent Origin Divine Crystal is Black Iron Tier Grade, it can't advance the other Lord Talents. Treasure Description, a law treasure condensed from the Supreme Will. You will obtain a random Black Iron Tier Lord Talent after using it. Do you want to absorb it? Yes. Zhou Zhou immediately said. The next second, this Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal immediately turned into countless black iron light spots and quickly entered into his glabella. He subconsciously closed his eyes. A moment later, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. The Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal in his hand had completely disappeared. Zhou Zhou's face lit up. This was because he vaguely felt that he had grasped an extraordinary ability. He immediately opened the Lord's personal information. His Lord Talent column had already been updated again. Lord Talent, 100% drop rate, Legendary Tier, Gnome Alchemy Workshop, Monster Ranch, White Silver Tier, Insight Defection, Black Iron Tier, Insight Defection. Zhou Zhou studied this Lord Talent. Chapter 47 Lord Talent, Insight Defection. Prepare to upgrade the territory. Zhou Zhou opened the details of this Lord Talent curiously. Lord Talent, Insight Defection, Black Iron Tier, Insight Defection, a Lord's exclusive talent. When you fight the enemy Lord head-on, you can activate the Insight Defection talent to turn 2% of the enemy Lord's forces into your loyal subordinates. Lord Talent Hint 1, the lowest limit of the number of enemies defecting is 1 unit of enemy, and the highest is 10,000 units of enemy. The loyalty of the enemy after defection is at least 80 points. Lord Talent Hint 2, yellow gold tier advanced grade is the current upper limit of the force you can instigate to defect. This upper limit can grow. Lord Talent Hint 3, this talent can only be activated once a day. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. There was actually such a skill. In addition, this was the first time he had seen so many Lord Talent notifications. Then, Zhou Zhou quickly thought of the first party he would use it on. Regional Scarlet Lord Faction, Sandman Lord. Boxen OVL. COM as Zhou Zhou's current greatest enemy. It would be a pity not to use this insight defection ability on it. However, Zhou Zhou opened the world channel to see what the lords were talking about before that. He estimated that many lords would probably know about the death of Lord Mighty by now. That was indeed the case. When he opened the world channel, the main content of the lord's conversation was about the Lord of the Blazing Sun killing Lord Mighty. I've long seen through it. This Lord of the Blazing Sun is someone who does things without any bottom line for his own development. He can even casually kill his fellow Cerulean planet lords. What would he not dare to do? From now on, I will hate the Lord of the Blazing Sun for the rest of my life. It's a pity that Lord Mighty died so suddenly. He was a pretty good lord. I've always felt that the Lord of the Blazing Sun wasn't a good person, but now. It's just as I thought. Lord Mighty's desire to live was very strong. He should have already told the Lord of the Blazing Sun that he was willing to become his subject, but even so, the Lord of the Blazing Sun still killed him. I really didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Is this what it means to compete for supremacy? This is the first time I've felt its cruelty. Another day that I don't want to be a lord. Everyone, be careful of Lord of the Blazing Sun. If he can kill Lord Mighty today, he can kill us tomorrow. The Lord of the Blazing Sun is too strong. If he continues to develop, he will definitely become a huge threat to us in the future. I suggest that we join forces to repel the Lord of the Blazing Sun. As soon as the matter arose, all kinds of devils are coming out. Zhou Zhou's eyes became colder and colder as he watched the Lord's conversation on the World Channel. He was not angry. He had just silently added the lords who spoke ill of him to his transaction blacklist. From now on, they would not have the right to buy the transactions he announced. Then, he opened the video he had recorded previously. He reviewed the video again after using some mosaics to block some more sensitive content. After confirming that the content of this video would not expose some important information about him, he set it up as a transaction and sent it to the exchange, allowing all the lords to download it for free. This transaction was naturally open to all the lords on the blacklist. Soon. With his own fame and the popularity of this matter, the free transaction he posted quickly ranked first in the number of transaction views. The lords who watched the entire video were immediately in an uproar. Fuck. So this is how Lord Mighty died. Good riddance. Good punishment. I'm dying of laughter. Is this the good lord you all were talking about? Where are the people who said that Big Boss Blazing Sun has no bottom line? Stand up. Is this what you mean by having no bottom line? I'm really sick of it. There are keyboard warriors who don't know anything everywhere. They criticize others so easily. Isn't this a slap in the face? It was too cheap a way for this person to die. The Lord of the Blazing Sun was too soft on him. He actually gave him the easiest way to die. Is this Big Brother Blazing Sun's voice? It's cold and domineering. Sisters, I love it so much. I love it too. That child is right. Big Boss Blazing Sun is clearly a hero. The Lord's arguments flip-flopped once the video was out. The people who had said that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was in the wrong all fell silent. They thought that they would be able to escape if they did not comment anymore. However, what they did not know yet was that Zhou Zhou had already put them on his blacklist. They would realize sooner or later that they could no longer buy the goods sold by the Lord of the Blazing Sun. At the same time, the other lords on the World Channel also began to whip their corpses. They also advocated the Lord of the Blazing Sun's righteousness. Zhou Zhou saw all of this, but there was no fluctuation in his heart. It seemed that there were some things that would not change even if it was in a different world. The territory of the Dragon Lady Lord. In front of the Wyvern's nest. The Dragon Lady Lord looked at the reversal on the World Channel with surprise. She had originally thought that the Lord of the Blazing Sun would leave a bad impression on the Cerulean Planet Lords because he had not handled this matter well. This way, she might be able to surpass him and become the most famous Cerulean Planet Lord. She did not expect that his video would make billions of Cerulean Planet Lords have a good impression of him. A reputation crisis actually turned into an opportunity in his hands. Good move. She admired but was jealous at the same time. But it had to be said that she felt very good seeing the Lord of the Blazing Sun deal with that scumbag, Lord Mighty, from a woman's perspective. She hesitated for a moment before she tried to add Lord of the Blazing Sun as a friend. Many lords took the initiative to add her as a friend knowing that she possessed an epic tier lord talent. That gave her a lot of connections ever since she became famous. However, this was the first time she had taken the initiative to add someone as a friend. She was inexplicably expectant. Soon. A notification appeared in front of her. The other party cannot be added as a friend. Dragon Lady Lord. In an undead cemetery. 1 green bronze tier elementary grade undead knight, 5 black iron tier advanced grade zombie elites, 50 black iron tier intermediate grade ghosts, and 100 black iron tier elementary grade skeleton soldiers lingered. In the middle of them was a coffin. Zhang Han, who was in the coffin, also saw what happened on the World Channel. I thought I'd see a good show. What a killjoy. Zhang Han's expression was cold, like a real corpse. As the Lord of the Blazing Sun became increasingly famous, he, who had originally treated him as prey, began to fear him. I need to be stronger. My soldiers. Go destroy a Scarlet Lord's territory. If it doesn't work the first time, then go again. A faint voice sounded. Roar, X-156. All the undead creatures wandered towards the Scarlet Lord's castle in the distance accompanied by a terrifying and shrill roar. Zhou Zhou saw that the matter with Lord Mighty had calmed down. He did not do anything else and closed the World Channel. It's time to upgrade the territory. Zhou Zhou suppressed the urge to try the new Lord talent and walked out of the Lord's wooden house. Then, he looked at the building in front of him. With a thought. A line of text appeared. Do you want to upgrade the Lord's wooden house? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. The next second. A golden light covered the entire Lord's wooden house. The long-awaited upgrade had begun. Chapter 48 Channel Announcement. The unique title of the race. A moment later. The golden light that covered the Lord's wooden house dissipated. Zhou Zhou looked over. Not only was the Lord's wooden house much larger and more exquisite than before, there was also a small courtyard surrounded by stone walls. A series of text notifications appeared. Congratulations, your Lord's wooden house has been upgraded to a green bronze tier elementary grade building. It has been upgraded to a Lord's courtyard. There is an additional courtyard. Your territory has been upgraded to a green bronze tier elementary grade territory. Territory token durability increased to 20,000/20,000. Your territory has expanded to 5,000 m times 5,000 m times 3,000 m. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories, Box and OVL. COM, you have received an upgrade reward, Wall Blueprint, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Lord Talent Hint, the upper limit of the enemy Lord's forces that you can instigate to defect has been increased to White Platinum Tier Elementary Grade. Lord Talent hint, your monster ranch can be upgraded. Before Zhou Zhou could react, 3 rows of familiar golden text suddenly appeared in front of him. It also appeared in front of billions of Cerulean Planet Lords. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first Cerulean Planet Lord to upgrade his territory to Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Reputation Rating +1, Unique Title of the Race, Glory of the Pioneer Eye. Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, Cerulean Planet World Channel announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, it's been broadcasted on the entire channel as a Lord announcement. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. He had a faint feeling previously that there might be a huge change when his territory advanced from Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade to Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. It has come true now. Moreover, it was a Lord announcement for the entire channel. This time, not only did he obtain a higher reputation rating and a supreme treasure chest. Moreover, he had obtained a unique title of race. He had never seen this before. Zhou Zhou searched for a while. Soon, he found the title in the Lord's personal information. Lord title, Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer Eye, title, The Glory of the Pioneer Eye, title quality, unique title of the race, title effect 1, you are famous among the Cerulean Planet Lords. More people admire your reputation and yearn to join your territory. Number of subjects you can summon through the gate of summoning every day plus 100%. Professional talents of the same level as the territory among the subjects summoned plus 2. Title effect 2. The suffix of your unique title of the race will be added behind your title of Lord when you comment in any channel. You can turn it off or activate it. Title effect 3. When you become the first Cerulean Planet Lord to possess a white silver tier elementary grade territory, this title will be upgraded to Glory of the Pioneer 2 and unlock more title effects. Title description, exclusive title given to the pioneers in the Lords of all races by the Supreme Will. There is a higher chance that the pioneer of every race will have extraordinary achievements. Zhou Zhou looked at its title effects in surprise. The last 2 were still alright. However, title effect 1 was what Zhou Zhou's current territory needed. His territory was not lacking in soldiers at the moment. What he lacked was subjects without professions. This was because unemployed subjects could be changed into sword shield soldiers and poison crossbow soldiers by his large number of sword shield soldier class change certificates and poison crossbow soldier class change certificates. They could also be arranged to be Elder Zhao's subordinates and kitchen staff. In short, there would definitely be no idlers. Moreover, there would be 2 professional talents of the same level as the territory among the subjects summoned every day. This meant that he would be able to summon 2 Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade professional talents from tomorrow onwards since his territory level was now Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. In the future, when his territory level increased to the Mythical Tier, he would be able to add 2 Mythical Tier talents to the territory every day. This growth rate was simply ridiculous. As for title effect 2, Zhou Zhou looked at its introduction and thought for a moment before opening the World Channel. At this moment, the World Channel was discussing Zhou Zhou's announcement. Good Lord, how ridiculous. This is the 3rd time, right? I feel like Big Boss Blazing Sun owns the reputation ranking. Be confident and get rid of your feelings. Big Boss Blazing Sun will always be a god. I want to see Big Boss Blazing Sun open the Supreme Treasure Chest. +1. It is probably a golden shovel crown. This way, it can give Big Boss Blazing Sun one more person in his army. Sundra face, it is easy to know one's fate as a heaven-defying man. 1. It has the same pronunciation from the idiom, it is easy to know one's fate but difficult to change it. Lord of the Blazing Sun, Glory of the Pioneer Eye. Huh. What did I see? Fuck. The Lord of the Blazing Sun himself. Hug his thigh and transform into his leg hair. Big Brother Blazing Sun. I love you. Is this the unique title of the race? It is really a legend, isn't it too dazzling? This title is so beautiful. I'm jealous, boo-hoo, I want the unique title of the race too. I really didn't expect Big Boss Blazing Sun's first comment to appear like this. Brothers, I have a bold idea. Zhou was speechless. Originally, he only wanted to test how this unique title of the race would appear on the World Channel. He did not expect to see such heaven-defying comments as soon as he opened the World Channel. He shook his head. His gaze landed on his unique title of the race. The words, Glory of the Pioneer Eye, were in gold and looked very noble. It looked very eye-catching even among the countless Lord's comments in the World Channel. The more Zhou looked at it, the more satisfied he became. He was even happier than when he found out about its title effect. Strength was temporary while being handsome was for life. This title will advance in the future. I wonder what it will be like after it advances. Zhou was looking forward to it. Then, he looked at the wall blueprint he obtained as an upgrade reward. Construction blueprint name, wall, blueprint grade, green bronze tier elementary grade, blueprint effect, beginner building blueprint. You can master the construction method of a green bronze tier elementary grade building, wall, after the blueprint is learned by an architect. You can build a defensive building wall to protect the territory. Construction materials, every cubic meter of wall requires 1 unit of wood, 1 unit of fine sand, 1 unit of metal, 1 unit of stone. Learning requirement, only architects can learn it. Prompt, the wall is a special type of elementary building. It can be moved freely without dismantling, making it easier for the territory to expand. Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw this blueprint. There was a high chance that the novice lord's protective barrier would disappear after 2 days. This wall blueprint could replace the novice lord's protective barrier to protect his territory. This wall blueprint came at the right time. I was right to work hard to upgrade my territory. Zhou was even happier about his choice. As for the other lords, they could only rely on building their own wall to resist the attack of the fog monsters unless they had an architect who had mastered the wall construction skill if they did not upgrade to a green bronze tier elementary grade territory. When the time comes, it would definitely be harder for them to defend against the fog monsters' attacks than it was for him. Thinking of this, Zhou first put away the wall blueprint and planned to look for Zhao Changshu later to discuss the construction of the wall. As for now, his gaze landed on the supreme treasure chest in front of him. Chapter 49 The Time Ruins Key. Upgrade the Gate of Summoning. Zhou opened the supreme treasure chest. There was a green bronze key quietly placed inside. An item information notification appeared. Treasure name, Time Ruins Key, Treasure grade, Green Bronze tier, Treasure effect, use the Time Ruins Key in an open space in the territory. You can activate a Green Bronze tier historical battle, the Time Ruins of the Defense of Indra. Treasure description, the source of the Time Ruins is unknown. When living beings participate in the Time Ruins and complete the time missions within, they can obtain the gift of time. Note, this Time Ruins is an equipment-producing ruin. There is a high chance of producing conventional equipment, Black Iron tier, Green Bronze tier, and a small chance of producing the high-level Soldier Recruitment Book, Elemental Archer Recruitment Book. There is a very small chance of producing a Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Zhou raised his eyebrows. This Time Ruins Mystic Realm looked interesting. Especially the Hero Inheritance Secret Manual. Boxen OVL. That should be the most precious treasure in the entire Time Ruins from the probability of producing it. I wonder what kind of treasure would that be? Zhou thought curiously. A moment later. An empty area in the Blazing Sun City. This place was relatively far from the residential area of Blazing Sun City, and there were no buildings around. It was considered to be an undeveloped piece of land. Zhou Zhou stood there and looked at the Time Ruins key in his hand. With a thought. A line of golden text appeared. Do you want to use the Time Ruins key to open the door to the Time Ruins? Yes. Zhou Zhou said. The next second. The green bronze key in his hand suddenly disintegrated into countless green bronze light spots, forming a green bronze door 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide in front of him. Zhou Zhou looked at it in surprise. A message from the door appeared. Time Ruins name, the defense of Indra, grade, green bronze tier, Time Ruins description, on September 16, year 10505 of the Supreme Calendar, nearly 1,000 scarlet monsters launched a surprise attack on Indra Town, a town at the border of the Elven Empire. 13 elven elemental archers guarding Indra Town caused huge casualties to the enemy. Nonetheless, this battle ended with the town falling. Countless Elven Empire higher-ups lamented at the sacrifice of these 13 elven elemental archers. Note 1, this Time Ruins will automatically reset once a day for a new opportunity to enter. Note 2, you can only bring a maximum of 100 subjects into this Time Ruins. Note 3, you won't really die if you die in the Time Ruins, but you will fall into a weak state for 24 hours. Well, go in and take a look when Zhangcang and the others return tonight. Zhou Zhou immediately thought after reading it. In any case, they wouldn't really die, so it wouldn't matter even if they failed. He would bring the white silver tier elementary grade Nazario in if all else failed. Zhou Zhou did not believe that a white silver tier elementary grade pure-blooded dragon could not even deal with a green bronze tier time relic. Then, he returned to the Lord's courtyard to check the next level upgrade content. Construction upgrade, 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of fine sand, 5,000 units of metal, 5,000 units of stone, 100 green bronze tier mist cores, 1 origin crystal, 1 green bronze tier territory token. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. This time, he needed a lot more materials to upgrade. 20,000 units for basic materials alone and also the need for 1 origin crystal. It wasn't that bad since he had these 2 items. However, he could not satisfy the need for the 100 green bronze tier mist cores and 1 green bronze tier territory token for the time being. I would still need to hunt down more Scarlet Lords to obtain 100 green bronze tier mist cores and 1 green bronze tier territory token, Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Probably very few human lords would possess the green bronze tier mist cores and green bronze tier territory tokens at this stage. Only Scarlet Lords who had developed in the High Continent for an unknown period of time could provide him with these advancement materials. He stopped thinking about it. Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry to upgrade the Gate of Summoning. Instead, he entered the Lord's courtyard first. The ground in the huge Lord's courtyard was flat, and a green brick path led from the door to the courtyard. We can grow some fruits and vegetables in this courtyard. Or some nice flowers and plants. Zhou Zhou looked at the courtyard in front of him with a very satisfied expression. Then, he left the Lord's courtyard and went to the Gate of Summoning. Do you want to upgrade the Gate of Summoning? Yes. He said. The Gate of Summoning lit up slightly before calming down. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been upgraded to a green bronze tier elementary grade building. You can summon plus 10 subjects every day. You will definitely summon 3 professionals every day. Prompt, under the influence of the race's unique title, Glory of the Pioneer Eye, the number of subjects you can summon every day has increased to 44. You will definitely summon 5 professionals every day. And the professional levels of 2 of them will be the same as your territory level. Not bad. I can summon 44 subjects a day now. And there will be at least 5 professionals. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This was a huge upgrade. Then, he looked at the upgrade requirements to upgrade the Gate of Summoning to Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade. Construction upgrade, 2,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of fine sand, 2,000 units of metal, 2,000 units of stone, 50 Green Bronze Tier Mist cores for the territory level to be upgraded to Green Bronze Tier Intermediate Grade. He still lacked the Green Bronze Tier Mist cores. Zhou pondered. Even a regional Scarlet Lord would probably not be able to satisfy him with the requirement of so many Green Bronze Tier Mist cores. He had to find more sources of Green Bronze Tier Mist cores. He quickly thought of a source. His Monster Ranch. Now that my territory has been upgraded, the Monster Ranch should be able to nurture Green Bronze Tier Fog monsters, right? Thinking of this, Zhou immediately went to look for Zhao Changshu, who was building a warehouse then. Seeing Zhou arrive, he asked the soldiers to continue working while he quickly walked up to Zhou. "Greetings, my lord." Zhao Changshu said respectfully. "Elder Zhao. I want to build the wall tomorrow. In addition, I plan to build a third monster ranch before tonight and upgrade all 3 monster ranches to Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade. Can you do that?" Zhou asked. "Time is a little tight. I need to transfer all the people in the territory right now to help to complete it." Elder Zhao frowned and thought for a while before saying. "No problem." Zhou readily agreed. Then, he took out the black iron tier building material, sand crystal, for Elder Zhao to see. Elder Zhao's eyes lit up when he saw the sand crystal. Sand crystal. Elder Zhao, you really know your stuff. Zhou smiled. I naturally recognize such practical building materials. In the past, many high-level buildings built under my auspices would be mixed with sand crystal to increase defense, resistance to earthquakes and enhance the habitability of the buildings. However, sand crystals originate from the desert and are scarce in production. In addition, many Scarlet Lords are rampant in the desert, and there are fewer and fewer adventurers who dare to explore the desert. Over the years, sand crystals have become rarer and rarer in the market. I didn't expect the Lord to have it here. Zhao Changshu clicked his tongue in wonder. Our territory won't be lacking in sand crystals. Zhou smiled. He had already planned to open a monster ranch to nurture sandmen tonight. When the time comes. This monster ranch would be equivalent to a sand crystal mine that could produce endless sand crystals. This way the sand crystals could be added to strengthen all the buildings in addition to the wall. It could be said that this sand crystal already occupied a rather important position in his territory development plan. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.